Hello, everyone. Happy 4th of July, Independence Day for America. How are all of you? Welcome in. Hi, Sassy, Gypsy, Frank, Janet. Raymond was one of the first in here today. Hi, Chicken Lady. Welcome, Raymond. Good to see you. Meemaw 4 missing children. Hello, hello. What's everyone up to? Hi, September Rain, Mrs. McGoo. Nice to spend some time together on the holiday. Nina Nano, Nana 49. Good to see you. It's been a bit. You're tuning in from California. Well, thank you for being here. Really, really good to see all of you. Hi, Ella. I'm not sure what why is, what you're asking, but if you clarify, I'm happy to answer. Good to see all of you today. Hey, Crochet, what's up? Hi, YouTuber. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Wendy. How is everyone today? We are going, who has good weather? Hey, Black Skies. Hi, Teresa. Who has good weather today for 4th of July? Tell me where you are and what your weather is now or what it's supposed to be today, depending on where you are. I'm still kind of, well, I guess I'm approaching noon. I'll tell you what I'm at. Let me see where we are so far. Oh, we're going to have a cool day here in Phoenix. We are only going to get to a high of 100 today. It's currently 94. Very nice. Hello, Marie. How are you? Hi, Sam. Ooh, England, it's lovely weather here. Very nice. You know, we've been talking about, sorry, now you all, I'm going to tell you something. I'm in the midst of going to be relocating shortly. And I found my glasses and misplaced them again. My goodness, boxes and, all that stuff. So I am wearing an alternate pair of glasses that are not the best. So if I misread a comment or something, forgive me. Or say your name wrong, forgive me. I have glasses on, but they're just not the best ones. So Tennessee, West Tennessee, 89, low humidity, beautiful, good. What? 6 degrees in Australia, designs by 2E? Oh my goodness. Goodness. In Scotland, Kaz is from Scotland and it is pouring the rain. Kaz, I didn't realize you were from Scotland. Welcome in, that's cool. Gypsy says it's 90 in Atlanta. Deb's at 90. Did I miss anyone? Sam's from England. It's lovely there. We said that. Raymond said Summerwells was my very first case I ever followed. New York, sunny 69. Raymond, Summer was the very first case I ever covered. So very dear to my heart. There's so much there. And we're going to try and weed out all of the nonsense and just as much as we can. But there's some that I want to share with you because some of it's relevant, if that makes any sense. So welcome in, hit that thumbs up. We're going to spend some Independence Day together today. If you're getting ready to go out and barbecue and you're watching us on replay or in the bushes because you're cooking, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I do truly appreciate all of you. And don't forget, tomorrow is members only live, and it is going to be a zinger with everything that's been going on, right? With Brian Kohlberger, some things, and of course, with Sebastian Rogers, the whole Ransom thing. I'll give you more details. Give you more of the nitty gritty, my members, and a lot of stuff going on. We have later on today is going to be Jonathan Hong. There was a potential sighting and they put a search in that area about an hour from his home. So he's been missing since May 30th. So that is good news. So it's been, I think, maybe it was it March 30th? Excuse me 1 second. Let me Google Jonathan let me search Jonathan real quick. I thought it was, maybe it's March 30th. It probably has to be. So I hope you are all doing wonderful. If you are not familiar with Summer's case, you will be. We are starting at the beginning. We are starting right at the beginning for Summer. Moon, Utah well. Sorry, I'm trying to find that date because I didn't want to get that wrong for Jonathan. March 30th, excuse me. March 30th. Okay. There's been a little bit new information out on Jonathan as well. More clarification on the scenario prior to him leaving. So please join me for that one as well. And then we have something coming up, Sebastian and Summer Strong. We're going to talk about both the kids together. There are a lot of similarities, things that we notice and maybe things we didn't notice. So subscribe and hit those notification bells. Okay, it's coming up. And guess what? We have some wonderful news coming up, but I don't want you to forget tomorrow's Member Live. It's going to be great. There's a lot of things I want to talk to you all about that have been going down. Things that I can share. There's a lot that I still can't, but things that I could share with you all that I really want to share with you. And so it might not be 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. It might fluctuate, but we'll see. It'll definitely be tomorrow. And Raymond, thank you for giving someone an opportunity to come to the family reunion. We are one big family. Everyone's a family here, whether you're in the bushes, replay, in the chat, a member, a subscriber. But we have members' lives, family reunions. So thank you, Raymond, for being so generous and giving someone else an opportunity to attend our family reunions, our members' lives. Please thank Raymond if you receive it, and welcome our new guest, our new family member to the family. Thank you. Hey, love my fur babies. Hello, hello. Hi, YouTuber. Okay, so let's get started. Ooh, thank you so much, Maria. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate you very much. 1 second, I'm going to mute 1 second. Someone's walking right up to my door. I apologize, you all. Okay, sorry about that, you all. You would have heard all the dogs going bananas and stuff. So,
Okay, sorry
oops,
about that.
sorry about that. My thing went on. So we are about to get to it now. Summer Wells went missing, and if you are new to Summer's case, we're going to catch you up. And if you love Summer, we're going to remind ourselves, share your ideas in the chat, please, of what you think, because there might be people here who do not know Summer's case, and we are going to pick Summer's case up, get some more momentum behind it at night. And One World started with including Summer Wells in a reward. Summer Wells is also included on blip boards around Tennessee and other southern states, I think Mississippi, Arkansas, etc. But So she is included in that. They have brought her, kind of taken her under their wing as well. Another Tennessee high profile child who needs to be found. The case has gone cold. There hasn't been action. There hasn't been updates, not in mainstream media, nor from the public information officer of TBI, even skipping, as far as I can find, this past June 15th for the 4-year mark, which was very disappointing. So we are going to get right to it. Summer was 5 when she went missing, June 15th, 2021, and is 9 now. There is no answer, zero evidence to what happened to Summer Wells. Very similar to Sebastian Rogers. We will be covering that as well in one of our lives, how similar the two are. And I think there's more connections than we think as far as digging deeper into the similarities. So don't miss it. And we're going to bring her home, but there is a new search for her. TBI contacted the father and let them know they are going to be searching the road below the home. What are they going to be searching? I don't know. Some of you have had some good ideas. One of you thought it might have been the neighbor, Jody Sue's garden. Okay. Let me know what you think it is. Hey, Mark. Hey, Redmilla. Hi, Janet. Hi, Find Summer's Truth. So let me know what you think they're going to be searching. So here's the post that Don Wells put out yesterday on the Find Summer Wells, their official thing, TBI update, and it was Facebook, excuse me. When I say yesterday, July 3rd, 2025, we would like to thank the TBI for calling us and asking if they could come look over the road below our house. Thank you for not forgetting our daughter, Summer Moon Utah Wells. Moon Utah is Summer's middle name for those of you who are unaware. And this is the last picture that we know of Summer on her way home from her fun day with Grandis, her grandmother, mom, swimming in the pond, going to Sonic for slushies, hanging out with her buddy that she loves to hang out with. His name is Hunter. He was quite a bit older than she was, a teenager at the time, but she enjoyed swimming with him, watching TikToks with him. So he was there as well. And this is the ride home, and where Grandis put her in her kindergarten outfit because she was cold, her nicest outfit. And she fell asleep on the milk that they had stopped for at the store, picked up a few things. And that's interesting as well, because in that narrative, they just went in, picked up a few things, ran in and out, and left Hunter and Summer in the car watching the TikTok videos. However, also in the narrative is, yes, I'm going to get to Rose. I'm glad you said that, Mark. Also in the narrative is when they got home from their fun day, they pulled up, honked the horn, and had the 3 boys come out to unload all of the groceries so they could sort them, take Grandis's to hers, and the others stay at their house, and they put them away. That sounds like a little bit more than running in for some milk. So interesting, a lot of similarities between the two cases, the narratives, the vanishing poof, many other things, in my opinion. The mothers staying away from the media, allegedly. This is for entertainment purposes only. I will be telling you things that are factual and out there in the public, but also giving my theory and speculation. We have been watching this case for 4 years. So also Rose Bly is missing. Now there's another twist to this story. Rose is Summer's aunt, who Summer never met because Rose went missing before Summer was born. Rose is the sister of Summer's mom, Candace. She went missing out of Wisconsin. And I'm sorry, I don't have the dates and stuff in front of me. She had 2 young kids at the time and was talking of separating from her husband. The story is they were at dinner, she, her husband, and a parent. And I want to say, I don't want to misspeak. I'll get you the exact details. It's been about a few years since I've looked at Rose's story. So she was having dinner and then left, and her husband said that she said she was going to visit a cousin. Now, I saw one post where the cousin claimed she was not expecting Rose, But there have also been people who have posted things pretending to be Rose, the cousin, etc. So we need to be careful what we look at. Rose has never been found. But one thing I also want you to know is prior to Rose going missing, what has been told is Rose called CPS on Candace for her first two children, the daughter who is also named Candace and a boy named Andrew. There are a lot of Andrews in this story, a lot of Candaces in this story. So they were taken away from Candace Bly, Summer's mom, before Summer had them. The rumors are, you know how rumors would go. Now imagine that a CPS call and then someone goes missing. So I don't need to fill in that blank. You fill that in. So that's kind of what people said, was a rumor. And also, ironically, I saw an article where Granda said she was working in her garden or something, and it just clicked because that's what they said when Rose went missing, and to help soothe her, things like that. And that clicked because the garden was brought into Summer's narrative of that's what they were doing right before Summer went missing, poof, disappeared. You are not late at all, Cece. I just started chatting about Summer a couple of minutes ago. So what I started with is coming off of the request for At Night, who also took Summer under their wing. They went out and put forth At Night in One World that they want FBI intervention to take over, the FBI to take over and lead Sebastian Rogers' case as well as Summerwells, and at the very least run parallel investigations, asking for all evidence. 2 days later, TBI comes out, or Don Wells comes out yesterday, 2 days after this, and states that they asked him for permission, let him know, asking if they could look at the road below the home. And yes, I realize they don't need permission, and it could be Don is thought that call was them, asking for permission, and it could have been informing. Now, if you followed this case at all, and I'm not saying anything that is out of the spectrum of reality, in my opinion. Don does have his own spin the way he puts on things, okay? And I'm not dissing him, I'm just being honest. He has his own spin when he puts things out there, okay? But I'm glad they're searching. Doesn't matter if they asked permission, if they inquired, if they demanded. What matters is they get out there. So I'm hoping now, although they have a different agent, TBI agent, his name is Tony Allen, at least it was at the time of the Amber Alert. Summer is also an Amber Alert child, still active. That agent may have saw that demand, heard about it, request, whatever we want to call it, and he might have sprung into action and began searching. It's documentation to show they're doing something. It puts them into action on the case. Now, have we had Bobby Simmons reach out to Seth Rogers and let him know that he's searching, or have we heard anything? We have not yet. But maybe this will make them leap into action into Sebastian's case, because it sure did for Summer's case. And if it doesn't, then I even have a larger question mark as to why. Right? If we do it for one, why aren't we doing it for the other? And that will be huge red flags and sirens, in my opinion. Am I seeing that right? Because I always want you all to tell me your opinions. Mine aren't, in stone. I'm just speculating right along with you all. Hi, Renee Marie. Summer's scent stopped at the end of their driveway. Was that the end of the path where the dogs usually went down, Renee Marie? I thought I remember Don saying the scent went down the path where the kids took down the hill. They all count. So if they're going to spring into action for Summer, it will be a huge concern if they don't for Sebastian. But let's just focus on Summer. TBI was involved in Evelyn Boswell. Yes, Sullivan County. Wasn't it Sullivan County for Evelyn? They found Evelyn. Absolutely. And you know, another little fun little trivia fact, which I shouldn't tell you because I should save it for our unplugged trivia, which is our next unplugged is trivia. And then after that, my favorite products, which you all have been asking about. Things I use, my favorites. And I'll get you promo codes. So, okay, let us continue. Oh, all I know is that little girl didn't look right in the back of the car leaning against the milk jugs. I agree, Donna. It's a haunting photo. I am going to take the time to go through your comments, throughout this stream because many of you have followed this case diligently. So we do want to hear from you in the chat of things you remember, things you know. And if it's your opinion, will you please just say, in my opinion, so we don't mislead anyone to think it's truth. I appreciate you all. And mods, thank you. Yes, Sullivan Colony did a fabulous job with Evelyn Boswell. Evelyn Boswell went missing, and here's your fun fact. Don Wells helped search for Evelyn. So that was interesting. He had helped. It was so close to where Summer was from. Don went and helped search. Yes, Sullivan County has a good sheriff, a good reputation. And I'm glad you said that because, we always talk about like Grady Judd. And lately we've been talking about Sheriff Morrison from Washington, who's on the manhunt. I have updates on that as well as our dear Caitlin Hart. Her obituary's out, as well as from the Idaho 4, their families have put out messages to them that are just beautiful. And so I kind of want to do a live where we go over all the recent stuff like that too that's come out, because there are families who are speaking out, and there are, we talk about the sheriff from Washington and things like that, how great they are in Grady, but you're right. Let's talk about the Tennessee sheriff who's doing a fabulous job. Yes. And that we should bring that out. Thank you, Christina. And Raymond just had a great comment. He said, Jay, Rose and Summer both came up missing under Grandis's watch, in my opinion. Bingo. And Grandis also took her camper very shortly after Summer went missing. Rather than staying there, supporting Candace, helping with the search for Summer and helping with the other 3 boys before they were taken away, she loaded up in her camper, drove Jose out of there. Remember, before that, she drove Jose out of there, who I refer to as the groomer. And I'm not accusing, but it fits. And I'm going to get into that. She drove her camper away and went up north to Wisconsin, Minnesota area. I want to say Minnesota because she said she had to help her brother. She does it every year, but my goodness, was it searched before she went? I want you to think about that. I will introduce you to Sheriff Lawson from Hawkins County. You will see what occurred during the search, what has occurred and has not occurred, such as no updates, no mainstream media updates. She's an Amber Alert child, which means the public information officer for TBI has a duty to keep Summer's image and story in the mainstream media, not having to share investigative information, but keeping the story out there and the image so the public knows she's not home yet, and that is not happening. And it is a travesty, in my opinion. Didn't even give an update this year, and that would be Leslie Earhart, for those of you who would like to know. It's frustrating to me, and it just makes me angry because Summer deserves better. She does not have her parents. You'll see in an interview coming up, they don't speak to the law enforcement. They don't speak to TBI. There seems bad blood right there. So Summer doesn't have a voice screaming at the top of her lungs like Seth does, or Sebastian does with Seth. So we need what's been going on with That Night in One World and Dog taking her under their wing is very helpful because Summer's case really needs it. It breaks my heart. Thank you, Sassy. Yes, please use, in my opinion, don't use other YouTube channels, even if, don't tell us what's going on other lives right now, and I appreciate that. No full names, please. And remember, it's all our opinions and our thoughts. Some of us are going to bring forth facts. Does anyone remember that Allie said Candace told her she beat Rose under a driveway? Was that when they were all standing in the yard out in front of Allie's house and Allie's mom was there? Was that conversation? I used to cry over Summer a lot. Tears. I mean, not just, yeah, just sadness, some of the things we'd hear. So let's keep going. I want to fill everyone in. We're starting to have conversations because we all care so deeply, and I love this. Thank you so much. My heart's been broke since Summer got gone. Yes, mine too. Mine too. Mine too. Definitely. I just started a goal. If you guys, this is going to be kind of a longer live. I can tell we're going to get into it, right? And so if you want me to come back on, let me know. Or if you're going to be tired of true crime and doing your own thing, then I won't come back on. So yes, Allie has passed away. Allie was the hunter's mother. Crime Time Buzz, what do you mean by over the road below our house? He said that Don Wells said they asked if they could come look over. So look over the road that is below our house. It's just kind of the way he stated it. We would like to thank the TBI for calling us and asking if they could come look over the road, below our house. So I have a map for you and I'll show you. That's a great question. I have it up on the map for you. Why are images not coming through? I don't understand what's happening. Are you all seeing those images? I have a whole big map right there. Is my internet weak? Okay, I'll pull it up on Google Maps for you where it's located. I apologize. That was in there from yesterday. Here it is. I'll just share it this way. Okay. This is Summer's. Let me make sure you're seeing it. Looks like we're going to have a lot of fun with StreamYard today. Yeah, the big one was just black. So we're going to have fun with StreamYard today, aren't we? So this is the area. This is the actual location of Summer's home. Okay, right here. Now, when they say the road below the home, I'm assuming, Sassy, they mean Ben Hill. Summer lives on Ben Hill. This is the home. Here's their little driveway. And it's very hilly, by the way. They're on the top of a hill. This does not depict. I'll get you an image. This does not, but here's the house. This is a hill. They're at the top of a big hill. Okay, so in order for someone to abduct Summer, and this isn't an area, it's called a holler in East Tennessee. This isn't an area where people drove in and out of, like there's in and out, but scary, there's an interstate nearby, isn't there? But it isn't an area where people drive in and out of, but they could pass by through Beach Creek. But this area, but it is an area high with rugs, allegedly, and also the whole well, we're going to talk about East Tennessee, but that whole area has I'm trying to think of a way to say it. Let's talk about STing, traf. You know what I mean? And there was an article that I covered for several years ago. But she said the road below our house. So yes, it could be the bottom of the hill. It could be many things. They didn't clarify, and I want to know how many are going. I hope they're not just doing another drone search, which they did the 1-year anniversary. Someone did just to show that they were searching, which honest to goodness hadn't been happening. This is another case that has gone cold, no updates. A lead detective, I think we've seen once in an interview. The sheriff put out this past couple of weeks a little statement at the 4-year mark, but he said there will be no on-camera interviews. So very disheartening. Very, very, very disheartening. Ben Hill Road, 110. Yes. 110 Ben Hill Road. And funny enough, not funny, but Beach Creek is in here as well. And this is Tennessee. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Christine Alaska. All the missing in Tennessee. Absolutely. It's just, we have Layla Santinello, Holland Snap, Summer Wells, all from very close to each other, Sebastian Rogers, and many, many, many more. Thank you so much, Sassy. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Towards the goal. Yeah, I'll come back on live if you all want me to. I just don't know what everyone has going on. There is a road at the bottom of the dog trail. That's what we were doing. I love it. You all are, a lot of you know the case. Yay. So you're also helping me get through here because there's important things and there's so much. There's a road at the bottom of the dog trail. Yes. And that's what we were wondering. Could that be the road? Because Don Wells did say the scent ended at the end of the dog trail. Okay. He did believe right off the kick that Summer had been abducted. And I'm going to give you the details of what occurred. I just wanted to give you a location. Very small population, embedded, very much into rugs, very much into alleged renting of children out of homes. I did an article, I covered that a few years ago. It's terrifying. So it's a different level of the big T, if you know what I mean. Instead of, for sale for good, a huge percentage in that area, it was reported rent out of the home, meaning kids come back, okay, and back and forth, right? And that had been rumored that occurred on Ben Hill with Summer, rumored. Okay. However, interestingly enough, when Don Wells was not home when Summer went missing, he came home and pulled right up to the shed at the bottom of their property. No one lives in the shed, but that's where he went. So it was alarming. It's still a big question in my eyes. Why did he go to the shed? Could be something like keeping rugs in there and knowing law enforcement's going to be coming, right? Could be something like that, but it could be something more. Because Candace did not let Chris McDonough enter there when Chris was doing an interview, which is fabulous. I am going to play you parts of it. It is complete full credit to Chris McDonough, but I want you to see the environment in which Summer lived. It's in the basement. People did refer to it. Well, Chris did, McDonough did, as the dungeon. There was like images on the TV when he walked down there. It was just, and that's where she slept with her daddy in bed and her mother. They shared a bed and rumored to be slept without clothing because Summer liked to feel daddy's skin. Allegedly, I'm going to be sick. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry to have inserted that, but I don't like things that violate children, and those things, in my opinion, do. Okay. Ooh, you guys are rocking. Match challenge. We love teach. Thank you, Gypsy. You're so sweet, Gypsy. You are saving for something important, my dear. But thank you. I so appreciate you. Raymond matched it with $2. Thank you so much, Raymond. You guys are so sweet. And Christina says for Kingsport, huge trafficking hub. It's concerning, you all. Yes. The stories, there is something from Reverend Donna, and she did one recently with Brian Koberger of what she believes occurred, her visions of what occurred. And I told you all I need is Jesus asked if we could watch that as a family, and we will be. And I will also, on that same episode, share with you her vision. I don't know how to respectfully say it, but I love Reverend Donna. Her vision, what she saw regarding Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, and Brian Koberger. So look for that live. We're going to do it. I think it's going to be important. Even similarities in Summer and Sebastian's, in my opinion. But wonderful. She did assist in locating. She helped that lead them to JJ and Tylee. If you know Lori Daybell's children, who she unalived. Crochet matched. Thank you, Crochet. Challenge match. Thank you, Jay. Enjoy the simple things in life. Thank you. Thank you, Cece. Challenge match again. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. You all are so sweet. And happy 4th to you. I love spending we spend our holidays together here, don't we? Thank you so much, Mama. You all are amazing. Ooh, gorgeous sun. Oh, is that a gorgeous sunrise or sunset? Remember my glasses. That is beautiful. Look at that sky. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. We're going to get to it a little bit more with little Miss Summer Wells, who is 9 now, who is 9 years old now. Forgive me for that. Go back to our slideshow since our images didn't come through. So I may have to do that a few times when we're going through here. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but this is Summer's home. Just want to make sure you can see me. Okay. This is Summer's home. It's on the top of a hill. The road being down here, there's a path they called the dog path that went down the hill. This is the basement. This is the door that they believe Summer may have gone out of or been taken out of, according to the Wells. And this is the basement. And as you can see here, they added on to the home, and Candace explains, this is Candace, Summer's mom, Don, Summer's dad. Candace explains, and her mother's Candace, and her first daughter that the state of Wisconsin took as Candace, just not to confuse you. Her mom, Candace, explained to Chris McDonough that they did this as a family, added this part on. And, I'm sure that this crawl space was checked thoroughly, but there was a crawl space there, and she said the dogs would go in there and have puppies. Okay. Lots of dogs, by the way. That's another piece of the puzzle. A lot of dogs lived on their property. Lots and lots and lots of dogs who would run and bark. And when Chris McDonough went there, they were running all over, barking, going crazy. The day Summer went missing, not a peep. Did they say they weren't there that day? Was it something like that where they said they weren't on the property that day or something? Help me. 19. There were so many dogs. Hi, Tam here. And Animal Services was called. Many of us called Animal Services out of some concern for the animals, because I think they were left there for a long time for a while when the Wells weren't there and things like that. Don was in jail for a DUI and Candace wasn't home. It was just a mess, but there were no dogs on the property that day. Now, okay, you figure that out. I mean, that to me is a huge red flag. There's almost a dozen and a half. There were a dozen and a half or more dogs. And not one barked or was there that day that Summer went missing. After her, I call it Sunday fun day, but it wasn't on a Sunday. Okay. So lots of information, little tidbits we'll give you. And I appreciate the chat. You're helping fill in. Yes, Don Wells is the one. Thank you, YouTuber. Don Wells said none of the dogs were there that day. Now, where do you take 18 dogs? It's just really odd. Again, we'll have an upcoming live very soon where we are going to show the parallels between Summer and Sebastian and show Tennessee that we are Summer and Sebastian strong. And we are going to get answers for both cases. Thank you so much, Kaz, for matching. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very much. Meemaw Missing for Children, thank you so much for your match as well. You all are amazing. So this is I really appreciate you all. I truly, truly do. Wonderful, wonderful group of people. Let's go in and talk about in relation to, some of us aren't familiar with Tennessee. This is where Sebastian Rogers went missing from. It is Summerwells is 4 hours east of Sebastian Rogers. She is in the Rogersville area. Her town is Rogersville, Hawkins County. And you will also hear Kingsport. Okay. So about 4 hours east, but many, many, many similarities come into play. A church comes into play. Many things have been mentioned about Freemasons in both cases, churches in both cases. Both children vanished, poof, without a trace. Both children had a Sunday fun day. Not both were on Sunday, but both had a Sunday fun day right before they went missing. Both had were with their mothers right before they went missing. Both mothers stay away from the media. Both mothers usually stayed away from searching. We didn't see Candace or KP searching. Doesn't mean they didn't. We didn't see it. And but in my opinion, no. I've followed them both. And yes, in my opinion, they should check Morrison Cemetery. She could be buried on someone's graves. I did a video or a live on that recently. Yes. And that is very possible. And we had followed that. I'll have to pull that video up for all of you as to why it was. Did they go search that? Wasn't a tip put in there, Raymond? If that was put in a tip, they have to go, because we had the specific name of the person. I have that in a video just from, was it last month or so? I have the name of the person. So that was a very specific tip that should have been followed. Did any of you hear about that? And thank you so much for that very generous donation. I appreciate you, Raymond. I totally agree. And if that was put in as a tip, that needs to, and I believe it was, that needs to be checked. You think that, Mark, you think the cemetery would be too risky? Could be, unless they moved her there, because Mark, I don't know if eyes are even, looking anymore. I don't know. It just sounds so quiet. I don't know. We'll have to look into the cemetery again as a group. I'll have to bring that back up. We'll play my video or something. Thank you so much, you guys. Raymond, Kaz, Raymond, thank you, everyone. That's very sweet of you. Okay, let's keep it going for our dear Summer. So 4 hours east, very similar, both in Tennessee, both high profile, both with TBI involved, both public information officers do not give updates on the regular like they should be. They do not keep the image and story of the child out in the public. Both have small town sheriffs who aren't speaking out, speaking up. Both have lead detectives who have spoken up once. Well, I'm sorry, excuse me. Summers did one interview. I have it for you today. Sebastian's has done no interviews, put out one statement about the flyer, that he was aware the flyer had been wrong about the last seen date for 15 months, but that it was not his responsibility to change it. He'd known it from early on. They all had, it was TBI's responsibility, so he let it ride for 15 months. Lead detective on Sebastian's case. So let's just get that in there, right? Frustration, she deserves better. All the children do. We're not going to tolerate it, Tennessee. And with Cash Patel now being contacted for this whole ignoring of the ransom, with Cash Patel being contacted and Summer and Sebastian's names both being brought forth with this request for federal intervention, resources, and investigation into being a federal ransom demand, international kidnapping situation being ignored. And by the way, you know, they're still looking for him. They have to find him, right? I'm not saying, they have to find him at night. They have to look for him and find him. And, FBI, it'd be nice that if for them to have the FBI doing it with them, right? And everyone together doing that, because they have to put, he took off, right? They have to find him. What if he got scared, but really knew something, so they are still looking for him. And that will be an arrest. That's extortion. So that'll be an arrest when they locate him, which will be a good thing. And the other thing is, we don't know, people are crazy, aren't they? What they will do. Oh, yes, the sheriff. Okay. The sheriff, I'm going to fill you in because you know a lot about Sebastian Sheriff. Summer Sheriff is a small town sheriff. His name is Ronnie Lawson. And as you go through this with Summer, or have gone through it with Summer, the frustration, the irritation, the silence, the not thinking they're, not hearing nothing, not seeing searches, one detective on the case, the lead, and he did an interview, and I'll play it for you because we all went bananas. Basically said he came in, followed through on some, took his messages, followed through on Summer that day, then went to other cases. It was just terrifying to hear how, in our opinion, with one going on the case, how his eyes weren't 100 on it, in our opinion. Okay? In our opinions, but I'll share it with you. I want you to form your own opinions. So let's see here. Hi, Bliss. How are you? Bliss says, praying the FBI comes in for both of these precious kids. They deserve so much more. I am too, Bliss. I really hope so. I think the reach out to Cash Patel's going to help. I mean, they went to the Trumps as well. So I think that it is going to be, and the United States Attorney General, the Tennessee Attorney General, congressional oversight committees. So I believe that someone will do something. Hunter's dad is a fun, dumb time for sure. Is he still on? Oh my gosh, Mark, is he still on his channel? I haven't tuned into him in 3.5, 4 years. I mean, a while since he first started his channel. I think I may have watched one or two about Hunter. So interesting. Is he still on? Like, or are you watching replays? Okay. Summer is an Amber Alert child. She still has an active Amber Alert. And she is, let me get over to this right here. Summer was 5 when she went missing. She is 9 now. Her birthday's in February 4th of 2016. She was born. Summer would be entering 4th grade now. Well, they may be having her in school if she is with someone, which we don't know. They have zero of anything. What TBI says is it's one of the most complicated cases they've ever been involved in. But we don't know why it's so complicated. But I will tell you that one of their theories that they took down, that I had found it a few years ago and they took it down 4 years ago, was that I believe she had been Big T, because when you searched her name in TBI, a Big T report came up, a study. And then I went and searched another Tennessee child who was in Amber Alert at the very same time. And for her, when I searched her name, and it's escaping me right now, and I feel awful about that, newborn baby, father tossed her in the Mississippi River. Terrible. Newborn. Also an Amber Alert, and I searched her name in TBI, and up for her came a study on African Americans and domestic violence, and that pertained to her case. So I know that they were looking, or I assume, I infer that's what they were looking at for Summer, and I have that today. I'm going to share that with you. Okay. So Summer's an Amber Alert. She does have a different TBI chief deputy, Tony Allen. That could be the reason they're launching into action for Summer. Different deputy, I don't know. The deputy on Sebastian's is Bobby Simmons. Now, maybe they're going to launch into action as well. But what I will say is if we see TBI launch into action for one child because of this request for the FBI to take over and not the other, then I have even more questions. They both deserve it. Okay, Summers from Rogersville went missing on 6/15/2021. Now the sheriff has said that made a statement through one of his county employees who came out and said that the sheriff wanted to know why Mom Candace Bly had waited 4 hours to report Summer Wells missing. I have no idea because there's another conflicting statement that he makes that I'm going to share with you as well. So I don't know which one. That is kind of how this case is, but bear with me. And Amber, first day she was reported missing, they had an endangered child alert. And an Amber Alert was issued on behalf of the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. Well, TBI is the one who sounds it. For Summer Moon Utah Wells. Summer's 5-year-old white female, 3 feet tall, 40 pounds, with blonde hair, blue eyes. Summer was last seen wearing gray pants, a pink shirt, and was possibly barefoot. Another barefoot child, keep it in mind. And around the time Summer went missing, there was a little bit of confusion as to what she was actually wearing. Keep that in mind. Also, I would like you to keep in mind that this was the photograph given of Summer that first day that went on all the Amber Alert publications and everything. All publications, everyone looking for her was looking for this little girl. Okay. Although her mother had her swimming that day and took videos and photos of her swimming that very day and the milk jug picture on the way home. Those were taken that same day, but not provided. I'm bringing this to your attention because this is what Summer looked like when she went missing, right here. Her head had been shaved, was no longer the cute blonde bob. Her cheeks were sallow, no longer pink and filled, healthy looking. Much thinner here, in my opinion. Look at the arm difference. Okay. And also pale with a little darkness under her eyes here. She just didn't look well, where here she's got that healthy coloring. And I'm bringing this to your attention because, well, keep that in mind also. When I say keep it in mind, it's because it does relate. It's similar to what is going on in Sebastian's case. If I had been looking on the border, at airports, anywhere, for a lost little girl, Amber Alert child, 5 years old, with beautiful blonde hair in a bob and big blue eyes and big cheeks, this child put in boys' clothing, maybe a baseball cap, maybe not even, like I said in the video last night that I put out, would have possibly gotten by me. I don't think I would have recognized them. Okay, let me show you something. Would you have? There are many stories. I'm glad you're asking in the chat, why did they shave her hair? There are many stories as to why her head was shaved. the big T, I want to talk to you a little bit about that. Oftentimes before that occurs, that heads are shaved. It gives me the chills to talk about it. Yeah, you wouldn't have recognized her either, MNJ? Yeah. Yes. One theory is prepare for transport. I mean, I guess that's the best way I'm going to say that. You all know what I'm talking about, right? The other story was from Candace that she shaved her own head and Summer wanted to look like, no, Summer wanted to look like she shaved the boys' heads. Summer has 3 brothers. They were taken away. They are now in foster, well, 2 were adopted, 1 was not. Heartbreaking. We're going to get to that. We will get to that. I want to write that down because I didn't load Josie's story. So I do want to write that down. So if we have, I do want to write down that I did not write down Josie's story. So I can write Josie's story for you. That is the oldest boy. Heartbreaking. Okay. Yeah. So one of the theories is that occurred so she would look like a boy, prepare her for transport, easy to get her through borders, airports, transit stations. Candace said Candace's theory is, or Candace explained, she shaved the boys' heads, the 3 brothers, and Summer wanted to look like her brothers. So shave Summer's head. Now, okay, Summer was a tomboy and loved to play with her brothers. Now, did she ask to have her head shaved? I don't know. Another thing that was said was they had lice and possibly could have had lice and shaved that, or lice was going around and the head was shaved. So again, when we have numerous theories or numerous narratives, it becomes a concern. I will let you know there are numerous narratives in this case. In the unlike Sebastian's case, where we have neighbors who don't want to speak, not because they don't care about Sebastian, please don't get me wrong, but they're fearful and they don't want to get involved because it is probably something very much larger than a little boy who ran away, who did not run away. Summer's neighbors basically fell over themselves to, speak on media, interviews, YouTube, starting their own YouTube channels. I mean, unbelievable. The stories, the scenarios, the parties, the sleepovers, you name it. Okay. Came out, and all this neglect and 8-child abuse, but no one reporting it to authorities, but had a lot to say about it afterwards. You know what I mean? So it's a lot. Right? So yes, could have been made to be a boy, could have been lice, could have been wanting to look like her brothers. She had not started school yet, and that's another thing was my theory, in my opinion. CPS was involved with Summer. Keep that in mind. Right? CPS was involved with Summer, and I believe the day before, no, first narrative, the boys didn't go on Sunday Fun Day, which wasn't on a Sunday, but it was a big fun day with Grandma Hunter, TikTok videos, swimming at the pond, Slurpees, slushies at Sonic, you name it. Okay. And rumor had it the boys didn't go because they were home cleaning the house for CPS, who was coming the next day. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Now, also heard that in a narrative recently, I think that Don had said CPS had closed the case to Summer, ironically, the day before Summer went missing. Again, conflicting narratives. Keep it in mind. So Summer's going to start kindergarten. Look at Summer on the left. Very verbal, very full of personality. Her summer school teacher talks about how much she enjoys, talking to people. And did I say summer school? Sunday school, excuse me. They should have seen her declining health. Look at the difference. And wait, I'm going to say buckle up, because there is a photo on here That is hard for me to look at, but it is the reality of Summer's life and situation. In what way was CPS involved with Summer? There was an open case on Summer. They were coming to the home. Now, Don says the case was closed the day before. We were told originally the boys were home cleaning the house for CPS. Now, it has not been revealed to us why they were there for Summer. What I can tell you is this. The father slept in the same bed, admittedly, with Summer, unclothed. What I can tell you is this, that Jose, who I call Jose the groomer, he moved into the home after arriving. Oh, this story. Am I about to tell this story? Okay, let me write this down. Okay. I don't want to get off track. Why was CPS involved? Okay. Who I call Jose, who, by the way, is deceased and became deceased. Unbelievable story. I wrote it down. I will get into it so I don't forget it. So remind me to go to my notes before I hang up if I haven't. Okay. But he and many others said that Don showered with the kids, or showered with Summer, and there was no door on the bathroom, things like that. But you think about this now. A man showering with a 5-year-old, where do you think Summer reached? What was she looking straight at? It's disgusting. So also, if you could look at Summer's face, the dirt. I know kids get dirty, but in many of her photos, she looks allegedly neglectful. In my eyes, neglectful. I want you to form your own opinions. And then when you see the environment with the sex nudity on the TV screen down where she slept in the darkness and the mattress on the cold basement floor and where she slept with her father, and it was disgusting to me, scary to me. So I think we're dealing with, and I might as well just throw it in there right now, her father speaks often of SAs, and his half-sisters accused him of SAing, and when he got out in October of 2022 for a DUI, they were going to be pressing charges of SA from Utah against him. I believe Chris Madonna was helping guide them a little bit. He also speaks of someone in his family, and I can't remember if it was a daughter or a half-sister. I don't remember, getting ARD at age 18, but he commended her for not making a big deal about it. I promise you, we heard it ourselves out of his mouth. Okay, I just don't remember if that was his daughter from a previous. Oh, and also his first wife or woman, I'm not sure if they were married, and Jen Coffindaffer from Break the Case, the FBI agent, retired. She's mentioned this. It's been verified that she did catch Don Wells trying to sell their 2 boys on the streets for rugs. Thank you, Don's daughter. Yes, so Mimi Jean, you've heard that too. Okay. Yes, so his daughter was ARD at 18, but he commended her for not making a big deal about it. Okay. He's also, his first wife caught him attempting to sell their 2 boys on the street for money for rugs. Okay. So teeing is not far out of my mind right now. And it's recently been released by another channel that locals that he's speaking with are saying that, and I'm giving you a rumor right now because it's connecting. Locals have told him, and he's local, kind of local, have told him that Don, father, would take Summer to icky, nasty, gross motels in Knoxville. And they are concerned, and you know what they're inferring occurred there. Okay. And he has himself, and I heard it out of his own mouth. I don't remember what panel, because he was a panel hopper. Now, if you think CP is bad and on panels a lot, nothing compared to Summer's dad. And it was happy hour for Summer's dad when he was on there. Usually, often, in my opinion, and if you ever watched it, you heard it loaded. Okay. Something else. So there's a lot there that does link that, in my opinion. So keep that in mind. Let's continue. So would you have recognized her? I saw Bliss say she wouldn't have. I agree, Bliss. Hi, Whispering. Hi, Jay. Support Jay's channel by liking and sharing. Thank you, beautiful souls. Thank you, Whispering, and thank you for your generous donation. And good old Raymond, he loves to donate to our membership, our family reunions. And thank you, Raymond. And if you receive it, please thank him for his generosity. He keeps our memberships rolling. I appreciate it, Raymond. And welcome to our family, all of you. Bushes, replay, in the chat, subscribers, members, all of us are a family, but we do family members live reunions on Saturdays, 4 p.m. Eastern. It fluctuates a little bit in the summer. Okay, and thank you, and welcome to our family, and thank you again, Raymond. I'm taking my time with this live because there is so much, and I haven't gone on a deep dive, but this is what, hi, Darlene, this is what really would have scared me. Okay. Not alerted me, concerned me, and it still concerns me. Did someone take Summer across the border? Did someone get Summer on an airplane? Did someone get her on a bus? So it is concerning. You are so welcome, Granny's house. Thank you for being here. Thank you. So that is our dear Summer. She now has a reward from At Night One World and Dog the Bounty Hunter. She has blip boards that are all over, that are blip boards that are up for her as well. I believe there's in Chattanooga, some in Tennessee, other areas of Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas areas maybe. So there are blip boards up. I don't have exact locations, and I'm trying to think in my head of where Summer's were, but they are up for Summer as well. So At Night One World, they have taken a voice for Summer and want the FBI to lead her case as well as Sebastian's, or run a parallel one. The sweet, sweet little girl. See her dirty face? And I'm not saying she didn't just come in from outside, but what I am saying is that was a common in most pictures. A decline. And someone said CPS should have noticed the health decline. I agree. But in answer to your question, we don't know what they were there for exactly. Okay, we don't know what they were, CPS's case with Summer was. But what I can tell you is the 3 boys were removed about a month after Summer went missing. And they never returned to the home. And 2 of the 3 boys were adopted together. Breaks my heart that Josie didn't go with them, that they were separated. And it also breaks my heart that he knows 2 got to go and he wasn't chosen. That hurts me. And it also breaks my heart because Josie is still looking for a forever home, and Don and Candace are fighting to bring him home to their home. They did put something up. They did put something up on their pages that DCS has admitted that the Wells were not responsible for something regarding the boys being taken. Responsible. They were not at fault. So they are now on a journey to bring Josie home. Okay. There's a whole banner they have with a whole, like an image of a crowd. And I think that's like a stock image, but then they put up a banner that says bring Josie home. They want to bring Josie home to their house. How do you feel about that? Think about that, right? How do you feel about that? Should Josie go home? based on just a little bit I've told you, if you don't know the case, do you think Josie should go home? He's 15. So just think about it. I mean, there's no right answer. I just want to know how you feel. I always worry when kids are taken and put back in the home because it often turns out to be a tragedy. Oakley Carlson, there's a recent little boy, Manny, was it Manny, who was put back in? There's just too many stories. He's old enough to say no way. Do you think he would say no way, or do you think he misses home? He doesn't have anyone. He's the only one who doesn't have anyone except Summer. The other two, Waylon and Wyatt, they have each other. Candace and Don, they're back together. They're still together. I know there was a lot of separating and this and that, but they're together. They have each other. Josie's by himself in a orphanage. You believe he wouldn't go? That's that. I hope he is not due to loneliness that he's not allowed to make a decision that wouldn't be in his best interest. Let me say it that way. I'm really concerned about that too, Gina H. That bothers me. I just don't understand that. And we hear it happen a lot, right? Not a lot, but I've heard it happen before. Let me say that. Gina H. said, I'd be concerned about the people that adopted just the two, cold-hearted. It gives me, it brings tears to my eyes to know that, you know. How do you wave goodbye? You've lost your sister. She's missing. You three are taken away from your parents, good or bad. They loved their parents, okay? Good or bad, they love their parents. And that's the problem when this happens is kids do often choose to go back to the ones who them, neglect them, right? Right, Gina? They're not puppies. You're right. But it's just so sad. You're right. You don't split. It's not like splitting up a litter. But for him to have to, so they're all away from mom and dad. They've lost their sister. All they have is each other. And suddenly two are plucked away and one standing there waving goodbye to the only two family members he has left. My question is, do they remain in contact? But why not just take the older one? He only had a few more years in the house, right? Yes, you're right, Fundaski. He may have been the one that would have been the one most triggered and traumatized because he was oldest. He knew more. He remembered more. He experienced more. Correct. He may have had more issues, more problems, which is often the case as they are older, that families don't want to bring that into the home, especially if they have other children in their home. Now, I saw comments yesterday, people wanting to know why didn't someone from that church, that they were so involved in, like the Sunday school teacher, Robin, take Josie. I don't have that answer, but I wish one of them would. Yes. Some just hearsay said he was telling the other two what to do, in my opinion. Okay, there we go. Some more information. Thank you. Yes, it is, Mark. It is. Mark said, was it proved that he tried to sell his kid? We had heard it. His ex had said it. And Coffin Daffers brought up the case, and she had brought up that was indeed accurate from the ex. And I can't remember her name, and it's on the tip of my tongue. Yes, they will carry this trauma through their lives. They've lost their sibling, they've lost their parents, regardless of what the environment's like. It's terrible because it's trauma, right? I wanted to share a few things about Summer. She's a fourth grader now. She was to start kindergarten. That's what we were talking about, the mandatory reporters. That was one of my theory. Since CPS was involved, there was an open case. Summer was a vibrant little girl who loved people, loved to talk, and probably was a tad bit love-starved for attention. When we have those kids come into school, they tell us everything. I had a little 5-year-old once came home. I taught kindergarten before I went up to English, or went down to kindergarten when my son was in middle school. And so he could have his experience and not me as a teacher. And one of our little kids, it was the funniest thing. I'll never forget her name, Fiona, cute as a button, kindergartner. They went to Mexico for 2 weeks on vacation. I think they were at like Club Med or something, real fancy. And the first thing we said, hey, Fiona, how was your vacation? Everything she could have told us about that trip, right? This whole Club Med experience, another country, all this stuff. She goes, oh, Mama got drunk and Daddy got mad because the next day he found a tattoo on her bottom. I mean, kids speak. They do. They tell their teachers everything. And so that could have been, that's why a lot of times, when kids are starting to outcry, keep that in mind. That ties to Sebastian's case. They oftentimes, if there's something to hide, the kids suddenly poof, right? Are silenced. Some are vanished, just like Sebastian. Her favorite color is purple. Her birthday's February 4th. Summer loves Paw Patrol. Well, I'm telling you what I know of her from when she went missing. Loves swinging on her swing at home and playing outside. She's a tomboy. Loves her puppies, her kitties, her animals were everything to her. And was about to start kindergarten prior to going missing. Yes, I will. This comment, fun to ski. If Jay had the trauma and maybe improperly towards female children, something happened to another female child that was removed by CPS from her mother care, in my opinion. Could be. Improperly towards female children. Something happened to another female child that was removed by CPS from her mother's care, in my opinion. Oh, maybe at the facility? Interesting. Interesting, fun to ski. Yeah, there's a lot of, I received a tip. It was the first tip I'd ever had to call into a tip line, and it was about Summer. And it was so very specific, long, claimed to be a family member. So I immediately reached out to Don Wells's half-sister, Mary, asking her if that was a family member. She said no. And I reported it before I even reached out to Mary, obviously. I read it word for word on the recording that TBI had for Summer. And I was in tears, and it was very specific, but I'll give you the two factors. It pointed towards Jay. It pointed towards him learning the sins of his father, allegedly. It pointed to things having gone too far, and it pointed to Summer being on the property. And that I reported that. But I never saw a search on the property after that. And that bothered me. I also remember Don Wells, his half-sister Mary, she stated that when they went to the Dr. Phil show, they stopped in Utah and saw Don Wells' dad. And he did tell his father that he was, according to this half-sister, that he was afraid Mom had put Summer in the septic or sewer on the property. And that was reported, and I don't recall that being dug up anywhere. But many people said they reported that one. I don't remember if I reported that one. It's been so long ago, but I know many did. Did you miss my live about Yellow Jacket? No, you have not. I am still working on that. Thank you, though, for asking. I'm glad you brought that up. No, I'm still working on Yellow Jacket. I have some research that's been brought to me and coming to me and things like that. But thank you so much for bringing that up. That is upcoming. We have a lot coming up. Okay, we do. I will let you know that Silvers and I are getting together again. If you'll recall, we did it. He came on our channel many months ago, regarding Sebastian, well, we're going to do it again. Okay. And this time with us will be another special guest from, well, it will be our Oregon eyewitness. So Silvers, myself, and our Oregon eyewitness are going to be on a panel together, and we will be determining when that is this upcoming week. So don't miss it. The last time Silvers and I did a show here on the channel, it was a fabulous show. He talked to us about where he had searched. This time we're going to catch up. You all will get to hear us catch up. Yes. And then we'll talk about Oregon, why it's important, why we think the lake should be searched, all of us. Okay. So that's coming up. It'll be a lot of fun, but we, as you know, Silvers works another job. And has always been tough for Silvers and I to connect because we both do work other jobs, but I'm on summer now and we are going to accommodate Silver's schedule. So it'll be a great show coming up. Lots of good things coming down the pike. Don't miss it. And definitely don't miss our family reunion tomorrow. Thank you, Whispering Winds, Donna. Gifted 1 Crime Time membership to another member to enjoy the reunions. Thank you so much. You know what? I think I'm going to gift some too right now. I think I'm going to. Welcome to our family, and thank you for your generosity, Whispering. Thank you very, very much. I have to remember how to do it. I will. I'll get on I think I have to do it on my phone, but I will do my best to get it done. Let me see what I can do here. But thank you. Welcome to our family. And Donna, thank you so, Whispering, thank you so very much. And Christina says, thank you for your donation, by the way. Candace had 5 kids taken from her by CPS. She sure did. 2 in Wisconsin, 3 in Tennessee, and 1 missing. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So very true. Isn't that awful? Hi, Joanne. Yeah, it'll be fun. We're putting it together. We just confirmed with each other that we're doing it. And we are going to talk this coming week. Silvers and I are going to catch up, talk. And as you know, we've from in the beginning, we really were, communicating back and forth very closely. We both got so busy with work, and now we're just going to have an opportunity. He feels Oregon's important. I know Oregon's important as well, and we have an eyewitness there, so we're going to all come together and talk about Oregon for you. Yes, Candace is a real piece of cake too. Absolutely. That is Candace Summers' mother, also named Candace, but it's her grandmother, so we call her Grandis. Woo! Woo, woo. Yeah, definitely hit the thumbs up and the notification bell and subscribe if you have not for that show, because we will most likely have a chat on subscribers for that. Beautiful summer. Let's watch a video about our beautiful summer. Oh, I'm gonna skip that one for right now. And that one. This is about the tea. That's I'm coming back to it. Okay. This is about the tea, right? I need to put that in there because I got to come back to it for you. And this is why it doesn't seem unusual that it would be in her environment, that it is in the environment. Okay. So I'm going to go back to both those slides and I'm writing it down so I don't forget. And that one too. And that one too. Because those have everything, in my opinion, to do with teeing. Okay, but I've already brought that up. I've already introduced that topic into there. They also believe she could have run away and got lost in that terrain, but not one thing has been found. Okay, confirmed to be Summers. So this is the sheriff. Meet Ronnie Lawson. If you think things are odd in Sumner County, things are odd here too at times. Ronnie had a son who was convicted during this, in the midst of this, of some very serious SAing charges. He was convicted, and rather than getting the decades he should have in prison, He served a year in county jail. So, yes, it is true. The good old boys system is strong in Hawkins County, in my opinion. Because I don't know another person who would our little children or our, kids are and get away with it and spend 1 year in county jail. So, yeah, let me try and do it. I'm going to try and do it right now. Let's pause for a second. Let me try and do the memberships, okay? Now, let's see what I do here. What is it? Where are the membership parts? I can never find them. I have to remember how I gift mine. It's different. Wait. Trying to remember how I do it, y'all. Let me let me get a video on and then I will figure out how I can do it. I forget because I've only done it one other time. I apologize. I will do it. Let's read this. I'll start a video and then I will check. I can do it, couponing. I'm going to figure this out. Let me Google it and then we'll watch the video. Okay. So meet Ronnie Lawson. There were rumors Summer's father and he were distantly related by marriage, like second or third cousin. Okay, I think I have the answers. So his name is Ronnie Lawson. This is credit to WJHL, Hawkins County, Tennessee, the Hawkins County Sheriff. And this was June 13th of 2025. This was a statement put out for the 4-year mark of Summer being missing from Hawkins County. And they ended by saying, at this time, we are not providing any on-camera interviews. How do you guys feel about that? I know how I feel about that. Anyway, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office reassured the public in a statement on Friday that the search for Summer Wells is not over. Why could they not do that on camera? Hawkins County continues to search for Wells. They have one lead detective. He could have done it. I'm sorry, y'all. Hawkins County continues to search for Wells, who was last seen at her home in June 2021 when she was only 5 years old. The statement was released 4 years after Wells' disappearance and can be found below. The Hawkins County Sheriff's Office continues to actively work on this case each day. We are still receiving tips that must be thoroughly vetted and validated. Additionally, so make note, they are still receiving tips that need to be vetted and validated. Additionally, we continue to monitor and address the spread of misinformation on social media. Stop. Now, I'm not sure where they are monitoring and addressing the spread of misinformation on social media because we have not heard from them in ages. So that is not accurate. They might be monitoring it, but they are not responding to it. They are not clarifying it. They are not clearing it up, including content shared by YouTubers and other sources. So really, that's not an excuse. They need to get out there and do something and say something and tell the story. Summer Wells went missing on June 15th, 2021. And as we approach the 4-year mark, we want to reassure the public that this case has not been forgotten and it will never be until some form of closure is found. At this time, we are not providing any on-camera interviews. Thank you again for your interest and support. Sincerely, Ronnie Lawson. I have a problem because they did start to make excuses in their press conferences that the reason they hadn't gotten very far was because of social media misinformation, and that is a bunch of pahooey. Okay? They're trained to navigate that. They're trained to get out there and make updates so that doesn't happen. And if it is happening, to clear up what is happening. They're not doing that. Summer is an Amber Alert child. I don't see Leslie heart out there keeping her face story in the public. She has not updated the newsroom in 2 years. She has not did, she skipped to do a statement this year, and she was not even the one who did it last year. They brought in an assistant director, I believe, and the reason I believe they did that is because people were screaming at the top of their lungs for TBI to get action regarding Sebastian Rogers and Summerwells. It's terrible. It's frustrating. Let's all take a nice deep breath. Okay. And this is, yeah, okay. This is Leslie Earhart, the public informations officer for TBI for the Summerwells case. However, she hasn't made a statement in quite a long time. Quite a long time. And I'm going to catch you up, and then we're going back to the beginning. I'm going to tell you what occurred during this 4-year mark, and then we're going back to the beginning of her case, okay? So this was May 13th, 2025, and it just so happened that while Leslie was on an interview talking about the fact that TBI covers the most wanted list, the Amber Alert program. They developed the Amber Alert program for TBI and the stipulations, and they have great criteria comparing it to many other states, and the RSO registries and methamphetamine offenders. Okay. So anyway, it happened. Summer's name came up into the interview, and Don Wells posted this on their Find Summerwells page. Okay. And I want to share it with you. And I had the timestamp. I'm sorry if it doesn't, I don't have the timestamp. I'll just jump right to the topic of Summerwells when it comes up. But I do want to, this is the last statement, and it wasn't an update on Summerwells. It was embedded into another interview, but we hadn't heard from her in so long. So we're going to read this. We're going to listen to this, then go to Don Wells, who did an interview for the 4-year mark. Now, there was an empty chair there because Candace last minute chose not to come because she didn't want any of the media and social media hate. We got to get these mothers to stop thinking about themselves and realize that they got to get in front of the camera and beg for their children. We have to educate them, and we have to have, we have to get them out there. Yes. So this is just happened to be a statement embedded. We're going to watch this, watch Don Wells, and then we will continue back to the beginning with the first interview so we can follow the case, and we'll fill you in with details, myself in the chat. Okay. Thank you, chat, for helping. And yes, I'm going to figure out how to do memberships since we have tomorrow. As soon as we start, not this video, Don's video. Okay. Because this one's real short clip.
Way involving a child, and it's hard not having the answers involving more than to solve a case, especially involving a child, and it's hard not having the answers, or being close to maybe discovering something, and just knowing that we just need a little bit more information to resolve a certain situation. So there's nothing better than seeing a case solved and seeing justice served. But at the same time, it's also extremely hard for those cases where we haven't seen justice served yet.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned Summerwells, so I did want to ask any updates on that case from your perspective or from the TBI standpoint. Or
I'm glad you asked. It is still an open and active investigation. I think most people think that the case has gone cold, but that's not true. We still have agents working on it constantly. We follow up on any new information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation, and we will not give up.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear.
Okay. The reason people think it's cold, and I'm still going to do memberships, just bear with me. I have to get another video going while I remind myself how to do it. The reason people feel it's cold is because she's not speaking on it. we're getting zero updates. So when you get nothing, no mention of an Amber Alert child, no mention of a child still missing, some half people probably think she's home and the other half think nothing's happening, right? No updates, no nothing, no hello, Summerwells is missing. So it's very discouraging. And that was the closest thing we've had to an update from Leslie in a long, long time. So let's go ahead and listen to Don Wells. This is credited to WJHL. And this is recently. This is for the 4-year mark. Look at me. He's cleaned up quite a bit for those of you who used to know him. Or who knew him from before, right? He's cleaned up a little bit. Maybe he just did it for the interview. I don't know, but he's cleaned up a little bit. Do you guys remember the first interview with him? I'm going to write that down and add it. I didn't add his first interview. We have so much we can do with this case, so we'll just see how far we can go, and we'll just keep going another live if we have to. This is Don Wells, Summer's father. None of the 4 children that they have together are living with them. Candace Bly has none of the children she's ever delivered living with her.
His daughter
around here, and very much, because she could miss her very much for years.
Sorry, guys.
and today
It's 4 years too long. My thoughts and feelings haven't changed. I mean, I've been continual heartbreak for the past 4 years.
this very yard is one of the last places Don Wells' daughter Summer was known to be.
We love and miss her very much, and wish that she could come home very much, because she was kind of the bossy boss around here, and we just miss our children, man. We had 4 children running around here like crazy.
The then 5-year-old has been at the center of an Amber Alert since June 15th of 2021. Crews searched the Beech Creek community for weeks, with law enforcement receiving numerous tips that never panned out.
We haven't talked to them in a long time. We let Chris and Trudy, our private detectives, deal with TBI in Hawkins County, because I don't know, anyway, it's just better that they do that.
These faded signs all throughout the Beech Creek community are a sign of hope that Summer Wells could still come home nearly 4 years after she disappeared from her home on Ben Hill Road.
It's very bad, and then when you add the social media pressure, of them saying that we're suspects or whatever, that just adds to it, and it's kind of living a nightmare.
Summer's mother, Candace, has only spoken to us on camera once. She declined to be a part of this interview minutes before we started recording.
She wanted to, but all them fears started creeping up, of what happened, in the beginning with the social media and everything, hunting us down everywhere we go, and trying to basically ruin us everywhere we go. And she's just having nightmares.
After Summer's disappearance, the Wells' 3 oldest boys were put into Department of Children's Services.
If you have not seen the home in a while, it looks different, doesn't it? So the home looks a little bit different. They are not allegedly living in it right now. Says I have to go to the live stream. Okay. They are not living in it right now, but that's the home on the top of the hill. Summer's door. I'm trying to get bearings now. This is, oh, they changed it. Is this Summer's door now? Yeah, I think that's Summer's door that she came out. There's now stairs leading to it. This is interesting. Huh. So anyway, that is, Mom did not come to the interview because she did not want to get involved in the social media and the media outlash. And we have to get these kids or these mothers to really stop worrying about that and get out there and talk. So that's concerning. And also the fact that they don't have a communication with TBI. They're not calling TBI. They're not checking with Hawkins County to see what's going on. They're having their PIs do it. So there's no communication there. There's a breakdown. No one has been cleared in this case. Yes, absolutely, Mark. Agreed. No one has been cleared. The parents have not been cleared. The neighbor, no, absolutely no one has been cleared on this case. No evidence has been shared. They say they have no evidence. They don't know what happened to her. And that update's coming very soon because I have that for you too. So just very disappointing. It's just like Sebastian's case. They have nothing. Oh, sorry. Okay. Mods, will you take the chat for just a minute while I figure out this gifting thing? And this is what Summer looks like when her head is shaved with one of her puppies. This is Summer without her hair shaved. I'll leave that there while I get set up to try and do this. I'll have to figure it out, y'all. I'm in there. It's just, you know me. Okay, one more thing. Let me try one more thing. It's weird. Hold on. It should be there. Hold on. It should be there. I've got it set up right. I don't know what's happening. Hold on. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, guys, I don't know why it's not set up. I'll have to reach out to YouTube because I have myself all set up and I don't have my July ones yet. Maybe they come on a different date. I don't know. But I assumed they'd come on the first of the month. So I will check into that. If I would think if Summer was trapped, she would have shown up on the dark web by now, which FBI monitors, in my opinion. If she has passed, in my honest opinion, it was an accident. Okay. Thank you for that comment and sweet donation. Very considerate of you, Miss Christine Alaska. And that's a great point. I don't know enough about that to say she would. You know, can they find every child on the dark web that's been TR'd, right? I don't know. Yeah, those pics, right? Christy says those pics, just how could anyone just got gone, that baby girl? And that's why, and just so you know, that's got gone is kind of how the parents said it. And I inquired about that. It's a Southern statement, but it kind of means, it's kind of negative. Someone from the South told me it means you get gone, like get out of here. So when they say it got gone, it used to bother this one listener because it's a negative connotation. But this is Summer with her shaved head. Now, if Summer looks like this with a little bit of a fuzz on her, you know, a little bit of a crew cut growing in, would you have recognized her as the Amber Alert little girl? Real quick, I want to show you something before I take you here. Okay. The reason I want to show you this first is this is the update from 2024 from TBI that I mentioned. And rather than it being the public information officer for the case for Summerwells, it was unusual because we had someone higher up, I believe he's an assistant director, delivering this interview. And I believe that is because they were getting a lot of flack about Sebastian's case and Summer's case and Layla's and Holland Snaps and Layla Santinello. So let's listen to this. This is a TBI update for Summerwells on June 14th, which was a day away from being 3 years from when she went missing. And they did not make an update today, and they have not, or for this year, and they did not even update the newsroom for 2 years, the TBI newsroom regarding Summer. So they are not on the ball with their paperwork at all, in my opinion. My opinion. Least they can do when a child is missing is update things for the public who care, in my opinion, if they're going to have the case. Assistant Director, Criminal Investigation Division.
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home
3
and
years.
became lost.
Nothing.
It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two. We think that the only way we'll be successful in finding Summer is to continue to walk down both of those investigative paths to ensure that we don't become focused on one area alone.
What did he say? Lost or what? I'll have to go back to that. But they left out possibly SOLD or TEED. Let's start that again. I'm sorry.
We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two. We think that the only way we'll be successful in finding Summer is to continue to walk down both of those investigative paths to ensure that we don't become focused on one area alone and miss something that's crucially important. I would say this case has not gone cold. A cold case is typically framed up as a case where there are no tips or leads that are coming in and there are no investigative efforts that are happening because there is no place to travel with the investigation. I would say in this case, thanks to the public, we've continued to have tips and leads that have come in that agents have been able to follow up on continuously. And the agents have worked tirelessly when tips and leads weren't coming in to try to find ways to investigate when typically people would lay down their effort. It has been a great partnership between the community and law enforcement to not let this case sit and go sterile. We continue to focus on ground search efforts. We continue to focus on interviews of those who may have information about vehicles that have traveled through the area or technology that could have been used that may give us an investigative lead. All stones are being turned over.
All stones go unturned, or do not go unturned, right? They always say that. No stone unturned. That's their famous coined line, in my opinion. We hear it a lot from them.
There's not one thing that's being done. We've been extremely creative
They're
as we've
creative.
investigated this case and continue to try to find ways to turn over rocks that we didn't even know that were there to turn over. Children are our top priority at TBI. They are the most vulnerable population that we have. They're our most precious things in our world. TBI has always placed an emphasis on missing children, and we've done that through multiple programs that are established here. We look for children when most people aren't. And this case is one that we've just not been able to overcome, and it's troubling. Many people have speculated what they think has happened in this case. The difficult part of the speculation is that if we as investigators speculate and focus our efforts in one direction, we're making a huge mistake. We have to make sure that we're being completely comprehensive as we investigate. And being focused in one direction is a tragedy for an investigation. So until we find evidence that points us in a direction that we know is the right direction, we'll continue to be comprehensive. We'll continue to explore every option that can be out there, and we would continue to ask for the public's help in doing so. Typically, we have a couple of agents assigned to an investigation, and that's been enough. We've had over 6,500 leads, tips and leads come in on this case. Those have all been reviewed. They've been worked. We continue to get those. And it is a monstrous task, but it's one that's not overwhelmed us. We have been strategic in the way that we've handled this investigation. We have some of our most talented agents assigned to this case, some of our most talented intelligence analysts from the Bureau assigned to this case. We have brought in subject matter experts within TBI from across the state to assist in this investigation. We have thrown everything that we know to throw at this case, and we haven't had the answers that we need yet. We know we'll get them, but we don't have them today. When I see the picture of Summerwells, I see my daughter. And I can tell you that if my daughter was missing, I would sure hope that somebody was looking for her every day. And it brings me concern and satisfaction, really, the concern that we don't have the answers, the satisfaction of knowing that we have the best agents at TBI that are working on this case in connection with other local law enforcement and federal agencies who are doing their best. And if my daughter was missing, all of the people that are working on this case are the people who I would choose to work on a case if my daughter was missing.
Heartbreaking. It's a lot of, I agree with you. Now, I want to show you something. They are being very creative. Come on. Now, first of all, they use two theories. Okay. They didn't what was one of them lost? And what was the other one, y'all? He said there were two theories. She was lost. Yeah. Craddock said the same thing. This is the team he would want looking for his kid. They also say no stone unturned. But I will tell you that, you know, you're leaving a stone unturned when you're not giving updates to the public. When your last update was June 14th, 2023 to the public on Summerwells. In the TBI newsroom. That was the last update you heard, and that was a year ago. And it's really, really, walked away. Thank you. Thank you. So she walked away and got lost. Is that what their theories are? Abduction. Okay. Now, they've left out one theory that I'm going to show you why after I read this update. Well, yeah, I'm just going to show you the last update that they've given for Sebastian or Summer, excuse me. This is June 14th, 2023, 2 years ago, over 2 years ago. On June 15th, 2021, Summerwells disappeared, leading to one of the most exhausted and involved missing child cases we've ever investigated. Now, if you recall, Leslie Earhart said they've recently received some things that they are tips they're working on. So hopefully they are working on some things. Okay. I don't know why it's the most exhausted and involved missing child case they've ever investigated. Now, to me, and this is just me, my thinking head, yes, they have not mentioned that they didn't clear anyone. Correct. They have not mentioned that they did not clear anyone. Correct. Now, why is it so exhaustive if a child walked away? That can't be a theory if it's this exhaustive, because in my opinion, just like with Sebastian, they searched the radius, they didn't find anything, right? What do they mean by so most exhaustive and involved? How involved could it be if you're looking for a walkaway, right? So what does involved make you think? Abduction or traf, right? Oh, I'm so glad, Renee. That makes me so happy. Renee says, Jay, I promise it's not cold. There's movement. I'm delighted. I'm so excited. So maybe that's what they've received, they are working on, right? And there is something that, there's movement, and that delights me. And we know there's a new search coming. So thank you for sharing that, Renee. Mark says, did anyone wake up sleepy slow sheriff today in high school, most likely to sleep? Oh, and Lawson said no evidence of abduction. So if there's no evidence of abduction, how did they get an Amber Alert? Let's look at the Tennessee criteria again. I'll show you. Okay. Here is the Amber Alert. Oh, we lost connection. Do you hear me? It's telling me that StreamYard has lost connection. Can you all still hear me? Hold on. Just want to make sure you can hear me because it did say we lost connection. Okay. I don't know why StreamYard just said we lost connection, but yes, Woman's Warrior said it wouldn't surprise me if they got non-corrupt detectives, etc., to look at evidence with fresh eyes. It may turn out to be the most obvious, straightforward case made, in my opinion. Made complex, in my opinion. Could be. Great way to milk the community. Report to us. Okay. Okay. So here is the criteria for Amber Alert. Now, Summer has one. So you have to understand what we're learning, I think, in many ways is someone said the word salad. Absolutely. So we have to take the word salad and debunk some of it and point out where it analytically and critically connects, in my opinion, because we're not going to be fooled. Where am I going here? Okay. Why am I? Okay, so we are going to go look at the Amber Alert that I just pulled up for you. Hold on, hold on. Why am I not seeing it? Good thing it's a holiday, because I'm having a day, aren't I? I'm not seeing where I'm supposed to. My goodness, where is it? Sorry, you all. My tab's missing to get back into the Amber Alert. I stopped sharing. Hold on. It's weird. Now do you see it? Okay. And it's still not letting me go back. This is, oh, maybe it's because they lost connection. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. It may be not letting me share because they lost connection. Let me check. Oh, boy. We may have lost connection to be able to share. Weird. Very strange. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to troubleshoot here. Got it. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. I found it. Very strange. So we may have a little problem with StreamYard, but we're going to keep going. I think I've got it fixed. Okay, so if he says there's no proof of abduction from the sheriff, then let's answer this. TBI reserves Amber Alerts for the most serious of missing children's cases in which law enforcement believes that a child is in imminent danger. In Amber Alerts, the TBS harnesses the strengths of partners, including TEMA, Tennessee Association of Broadcasters, the National Weather Service, Tennessee Department of Transportation, and others to amplify the message of vital information about the missing child, if available. And if available, the suspect vehicle and direction of travel. Now, that's important because a lot of states require that you have suspect description and vehicle description and child description before you can sound an Amber Alert. And that's a lot to need to have before you, when a child's missing, right? So the way they have this here in Tennessee is fabulous because it's or, which is so important. Or, because we know we have the child's description, right? So the or is essential. So in order to issue an Amber Alert, and now, as you know, I have read that in Tennessee, and I could share it, I have another video, that it means they were unlawfully kidnapped if the TBI sounds the Amber Alert. The endangered and vulnerable is in addition to, but it's that they were unlawfully taken against their will. Okay, so the person is 17 years of age or younger, check, Summer is. The child is in imminent danger of bodily injury or death, check, they probably worried, they didn't know where she was. There's a description of the child, the abductor, or vehicle, check, because they had Summer's description. That's what saves, that's what gets that Amber Alert out there. They got to get rid of that and in some states. Or on another request for activation, there's a direct identified nexus to the state of Tennessee. So meaning they believe someone else is in the state, has taken a child to Tennessee, and TBI has received that information. Okay, so they have all of that. They issued an Amber Alert. And let me share that with you about Tennessee. Well, I'll go back to that. We're just going to keep on track. But I have something to share with you on Tennessee to where it explains that they're unlawfully kidnapped. And I've shared it on another video, but I wanted to share it. But we'll keep going. Okay. So now I have taken you. You've met Don Wells. You've seen Candace wasn't at the interview. Very reminiscent of what occurs with her. Dad was not there when Summer went missing. He was not there. He was at work. He called in the report to report Summer missing. Does this sound familiar? And he was not the one there. We've never heard a release 911 call. I'm not even 100 that 911 was called. It could have been a police department. I'm not sure. but we haven't had a released call. If any of you know if indeed it was 911 called, let me know. But Don is the one who did it. Don is the one who does the speaking to the media. He was the one who was not there. The mother who was there does not speak to the media. Sound familiar? Keep it in mind. This is from a TBS press conference in the early days, June 21st, 6 days after Summer was reported missing. This is Leslie Earhart. No, this was her 1 year. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm going to take you. Sorry, wrong one. I am going to take you to the first days now. That's what we're going to do. Okay. So now. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Leslie Earhart with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. In just a minute, you're going to hear from Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, followed by Captain Tim Coop with the Churchill Rescue Squad. Summer is still missing, and we are more concerned than ever and desperate to find her. TBI agents continue to work with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in an effort to determine what happened to Summer. We are utilizing all available resources to include the FBI's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. We want to reiterate that the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear, which is why we've been exploring all possibilities. Agents and detectives have followed up on a number of leads to include residential surveillance video and photos from around the area of Summer's home. Drivers seen in the area at the time of her disappearance have been identified and interviewed. While we've not ruled out an abduction, we simply do not have any evidence at this point to confirm that's what occurred.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Sorry, you guys. Sorry.
Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is going to talk more about what we need from property owners at this point. Sheriff?
No, wait.
Leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear, which is why we've been exploring all possibilities. Agents and detectives have followed up on a number of leads to include residential surveillance video and photos from around the area of Summer's home. Drivers seen in the area at the time of her disappearance have been identified and interviewed. While we've not ruled out an abduction, we simply do not have any evidence at this point to confirm that's what occurred. For that reason, the ground search for Summer continues. It's possible that she wandered off and is lost and afraid. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is going to talk more about what we need from property owners at this point. Sheriff?
Thank you. First of all, I want
Here's your sheriff.
to let everyone know that what a big asset that Mount Carmel Baptist Church has been to us. They've opened their doors, their church, their fellowship hall, their land. And as y'all see, this is a very remote area, and we would be in desperate trouble if we didn't have that place to set up our command post. With that said, we use every available resource that we have, and today I want to use you all. I want the word to get out to all the residents in the Upper Beech Creek community, Hawkins County and Sullivan County. We need the residents to go back today, tonight, tomorrow, as soon as possible, go back and check their entire property, any outbuildings, any barns, any place a child could hide. We desperately need you to do that for us. It's easier for you to check your own property than it is to send officers there. We have not stopped. As the captain will tell you, we've been 24/7 for 6 days now. So we desperately need help from the community now. So
Jeffers.
hide. We desperately need you to do that for us. It's easier for you to check your own property than it is to send officers there. We have not stopped. As the captain will tell you, we've been 24/7 for 6 days now. So we desperately need help from the community now searching their own property. Any question? Okay.
That is Ronnie Lawson. He is the sheriff. He is reaching out to the public. They're 6 days in. He's tired, you can tell. They are more laid back, you all. It's a laid back area. It's a, very laid back area. They're very laid back, as you can tell by the sheriff, as far as their demeanors and stuff. But that is him reaching out to the public. They did say that there's no evidence of abduction, but they haven't ruled it out. They are considering the fact that Summer had wandered off and is lost and scared somewhere.
Yep.
Thanks, Sheriff. As both of them have stated, we will continue to search for Summer Wells until we locate Summer Wells. As of June 21st, 2021, search and rescue efforts for missing 5-year-old Summer Wells will continue throughout the day and also the night. At this point, we have utilized 72 agencies from Tennessee, Ohio, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina assisting in these search efforts. Numerous specialized search and rescue groups and canine teams have been represented from these multiple different agencies. To date, we have estimated approximately 2,400 acres have been searched since Tuesday night when she was reported missing. The rugged mountainous terrain continues to cause problems and slow the search operations at times. The search will continue Tuesday morning into Wednesday morning. An updated release will be issued as new information becomes available. And as stated before, if anyone has any information on the disappearance of Summer Wells, please contact Hawkins County Sheriff's Department and our 1-800-TBI find. Thank you.
We'll open it up for a few questions at this time.
Just wondering, has Summer ever wandered off before?
According to family members, it's not common for her to wander off.
Saturday, there was a pretty extensive search into the evening. Can you elaborate on what that tip was and why there was such a large presence for crews to come back out?
Anytime we have information that could potentially lead us to locating Summer, we're going to use all resources. Crews were in the area following up on a lead. Unfortunately, Summer's still missing.
How is the changing weather impacting your search?
Sure, that's a great question. Captain Goop, can you explain?
So the projected forecast here for the next 24 to 48 hours will change our approach. It will not change our aggressive approach. The only thing that this will change, it will change maybe what terrain we approach at this time. Due to severe thunderstorms, we can't put our teams in danger to turn around and maximize the situation. We are monitoring weather 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with live weather updates. We are also utilizing the National Weather Service, who calls us on a routine basis. If there's any type of weather that's approaching our immediate area, they have been more than helpful with notifying us in a very timely manner to allow us to know to where we can plan on how we're going to approach these areas.
Talking about the weather, is there a concern about some of these crews from other areas having to go back to their area to respond to storms there?
Speaking with some of these teams, especially the teams that have been coming out of state, traveling 4+ hours, they also have had to do what we've had to do is utilize as much resources as we can to find Summer Wells, but we still have to be able to cover our areas. So a lot of these people, they're still allowing people to stay back. When these crews from out of town then return, they'll swap out. Those crews will then monitor their areas and send us fresh crews, and we are doing the same thing for our resources here locally.
Do we know when the active search will potentially turn into a recovery mode instead of a potential rescue mode?
Let's elaborate on that.
We will address that at some point, but right now our focus remains on finding Summer. We're using all resources as of today, and we want that to be the focus right now.
This is a question more for maybe Leslie and Sheriff Lawson. You just mentioned that you had used some surveillance video, things that you had asked for earlier in the week. Can you elaborate what you saw in that surveillance video and how that might have helped you?
Well, as you know, and you guys helped us get the word out, we asked residents to let us know if they had surveillance cameras around their home or trail cameras. Residents have reached out. We've reviewed those photos and video, and if we identified a vehicle in the video, we would identify the driver and then speak with the driver to interview them to see if they had any information.
How long, when someone typically goes missing, how long does it take to find? Like, is this exceptionally long?
Every case is different. It's a case by case situation.
There was a red pickup truck that law enforcement was looking for that allegedly was in the area during that time. And have they ever said we heard conflicting things. Robin, the Sunday school teacher, said that vehicle had been cleared, but that was before law enforcement had cleared it. So I'll have to I'll have to go back and look and see if that indeed had been cleared. But this is TBI, and TBI has reached out to the parents of Summerwells yesterday and let them know they are going to be searching the road below their home on Ben Hill. Good news for Summer. TBI goes into action. If they don't for Sebastian, then I'm really confused because both of them have been asked for the FBI to get involved. Now, why one team would go into action, why they'd go in for one child and not the other, will not make sense if that occurs.
On day 6 now, for maybe the folks that are out there in the field, how are you keeping, I guess, morale and spirits? How I'm sure folks are tired. They've been out here tirelessly for days on end now. How are you kind of keeping folks engaged and spirits up?
Ultimately, the people that's involved with the search operations, we all have the same outlook. We will not quit until we find Summerwells. So these guys have spent countless hours, day in, day out, nighttime. The thing that I stress with my guys is if you're getting to the point that you're getting tired, please take a break, get rest, rehab, recover. That way you can come back and continue to go stronger. It is a large family with law enforcement involved. We keep each other's spirits up. It's all a team effort. And to elaborate on it, a lot of times you guys being up here, you start seeing a lot of people leave at the evening time. At the evening time, it is too treacherous and too dangerous unless TBI or Sheriff's Department gets a lead that they need us to go help assist on. Too dangerous for us to keep our guys up in these mountains and this treacherous terrain at nighttime. But I want you guys to know and rest assured, along with the community, that search efforts do not stop when it gets dark. We have been utilizing fixed wing and aerial aviation to literally scan this area from the time it gets dark to the time that we return in the morning. It does not quit. They utilize multiple resources, FLIR, and other things to continually map this area and to continue to search for Summerwells.
This is a question more for Sheriff Hawkins, or Lawson, I'm sorry. I know we've talked a lot about there's 2 different operations going on, Find Summer as well as the investigation. Is there more on the investigation side that you can tell us into anything that you've talked with family members or anyone who last saw her since we last spoke on Friday?
We've interviewed so many people in the community on the road, and we're still jointly working with TBI and the FBI, and everything is really going real well. We cover each other's tracks, go back and re-interview, and like Captain said, and Leslie, we're not going to stop till we find something.
How is her family doing? I mean, this is going into day 7. Tomorrow will be day 7 since their child has gone missing and no leads in this massive search operation. How is her family holding up? Have you spoken with her parents? How are they doing?
We've spoken with her parents. I can't speak for them. They spoke with you. They're being cooperative. Of course, they're upset. So we continue to keep them updated and do whatever possible we can to find Summer. And we just ask everyone in the community, especially those of you who have any tidbit of information that you haven't shared, to please come forward. Her family asks that as well.
And last week you also talked a little bit about speculation and social media rumors. Has that continued to get worse over the weekend, and has that continued to maybe even cause hindrances?
Sure, it's always a battle. We ask residents with credible information to call 1-800-TBI-FIND and submit tips through that avenue. We find that we're receiving a lot of tips that is a screenshot from Facebook. It's an opinion or speculation. That's not a credible tip, and it just bogs down the system, as I've mentioned before. So please only share credible information. Someone's opinion or idea on Facebook is not a credible tip. Did you have a question?
I was going to ask.
Okay.
Has the family been ruled out? I know they said that they understood you investigating and interviewing them. Have they been ruled out at this time or still?
As we've said time and time again, the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance are very much under investigation. And at this time, we continue to explore all possibilities. Okay, thanks for coming, guys. We appreciate the continuing coverage.
That is the public information officer, Leslie Earhart, for Summerwells case. And Summerwells has a new search coming at the road below her home on Ben Hill, according to her parents. And hopefully that action will continue. We're going to continue covering her. And let's keep going. I want to share some more with you about Summer's story. Now, what I do want to share with you is, hold on, one thing I want to share that I haven't. One thing I'm going to share. Sorry, guys. Here it is.
I know she didn't walk away from this property.
This is the very first interview that the parents did. This is Candace, and it was June 29th. It was actually, Don had done one standing in the road before that. This is the first time both. The mother comes forth on the 29th, so that is 14 days later. Okay, and this is credit, let me get the banner up, to WJHL. Let me get that in there. It's News 11, WJHL. This is Summer's mother, and this was 14 days after. This was her first appearance, and if you'll recall, she does not like to be on camera. They went on Dr. Phil, and when they started talking about the cornbread mafia, which is like a grassroots little, small town ring, she did begin to cry and got upset, felt she was being interrogated, and left the stage. Okay. So she does not like to interview. You'll notice in this interview, I want you to notice one part that is so important, in my opinion. When Don says something about Summer being unalive, Candace whips her head over and looks at him. So I'm telling you, in this interview, Candace Blythe does not think her daughter is DEAD, in my opinion. Yes, he flew them in. They took David Dotson with him, another character in the story from the church. And sorry, there's sirens going by. And they visited Don's family in Utah during that trip. And that's when he told his father, allegedly, according to Mary, his half-sister, that he was afraid Candace had, put Summer in a septic or sewer on the property. So let's go ahead and watch some of this. This is very sad, but I want you to watch her reactions when he says that.
by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her. I said, and I asked the boys where their sister. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Just go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently.
She is speaking of the red truck that they think might have been in the area. Couple of things that I do want to bring up, point out, especially if you're new to the case. We're speaking of Summer Moon Utah Wells, who was reported missing June 15th of 2021, over 4 years ago. Mom says within 2 minutes, gives that 2-minute frame of asking where she was. From the time Summer left her site to when she asked the boys where she was 2 minutes, right? Now, later on, she tells Chris McDonough in an interview, because he got a great, rare interview with Candace. And she said, well, we don't know times. We don't pay attention much to time. But it's always interesting when they don't pay attention to time. And like if they're asked to time, oh, I don't know, we didn't, we're having family fun. We don't pay attention to time during that time, or whatever the case be. But yet when they're, they got those 2 minutes down, in my opinion. But I listened to her, look at the demeanor when he brings up something like the DEATH. And from the beginning, he said he said very horrible things about what may have happened to her. He said some terrible things and scenarios of what could have happened, but he always says from very early on that he would see her in the resurrection. 2 minutes. Hi, Gina. Welcome to the family. Gina got gifted membership, so thank you so much. It wasn't me. I haven't figured it out yet. I don't know if they gave me mine yet, or I was all set up and did it before. So congratulations. Welcome in. Our reunion will be tomorrow. It's going to be a good one with everything that's going on. So you either received it from Raymond or Whispering Winds. So thank you so much and welcome in. Let's keep going. This is Candace Bly Wells, Summer's mom. Her first interview, 14 days after Summer went missing. She was the one who was with Summer when this occurred.
But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head in the back and make it, I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So she we decided to shave her head off and let it grow back long, and she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point.
Contradiction right there, you know. So he said she shaved her head mom shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad. That's different than what mom just said. Okay, did you catch that? Let me go back.
I mean, if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it, I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it grow back long, and she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad. And
Did you see right that? Are you guys in there flirting with Raymond? You guys are in there flirting with Raymond. I bet, Raymond, it's probably better than listening to us ooh la la over Sheriff Morrison, right? So he says we shaved her head, and then she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel badly. So in other words, with all those pronouns, they shaved Summer's head, then Candace shaved her head so she wouldn't feel badly. Okay. However, 2 seconds before, Candace said she wanted her head shaved like me and the boys did. Had ours shaved. So it's those little things, right? Raymond's married to the chicken lady? I didn't know that. I didn't even know that. Very cool. Welcome into both of you. I did not know that. Another thing to point out is, besides that, you heard Mom saying she's gone. She's gone. What does that sound like? Poof, ninja, kind of stuff, right? And she's talking about the red pickup truck. Why don't they come forward? Why isn't someone come forward and said that's me if it's not suspicious? I do agree with her there. There were also people trimming the trees there that day, but they had all been cleared, talked to and cleared. What else did she say? There's a couple of things I want to address. Head shave like Mom. Well, we'll just keep going. I think that's good for right now. I know, Warrior Princess. She started to. It's like I said, it's just a mess. That's exactly right. But Candace's hair is longer than Summer's in this interview. Summer still had a buzz cut. Hers was shaved so close. If you saw that horrible image, it haunts me, of her holding the puppy with her head completely bald. I don't think Candace was completely bald. Do you? Now let's think about that. I mean, do you think Candace truly shaved her head bare bald, like a baby's bottom bare, like Summers is in that picture that we just looked at? Then you're right. Great catch. How could Summer have a crew cut and Candace's hair be longer? Great point. You all are amazing thinkers. And the boys should have had buzz cuts too then. That's right. We'll have to go back to those pictures. That's a great point. Fun to Ski, I don't remember from the pictures if they did. I'm writing that down. You all are amazing. Thank you.
But it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, get a search warrant or something. But there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever. But I wish there was a way.
Why would he be needing to search every home in the eastern United States? That's a strange statement to you all. I had not caught that before. And another thing is when Candace says, I just wish they would bring her back. She had said that earlier. That's what I was going to bring up to you. I just wish they would bring her back. Okay? She's not thinking she's deceased at this point, right? In my opinion. That's how I'm seeing it. You all are amazing, the things you're putting out there. I love this.
Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love, and trying to get information and trying to get her found. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts.
That means a lot.
And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back. But, there's always going to be haters, and it's always going to be that way in this world. And we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us and praying for us and praying for Summer. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. And that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people. I mean, and we do have good people in this area. We found out since this has all happened. We got some real good neighbors and good folks everywhere. But
the most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have. We've never went without.
This is prior to them leaving or taking the boys, just so you all know. They waited a while to take those boys. It was over a month. Now, don't you find it interesting that he refers to Summer as a young lady? A young lady. I think, Kari, that's a great question. Are they exhausted or just very chill people? I think they're just like that naturally. They're just like very, but Southern, like very, I don't know, not Southern, because I know a lot of Southern people who are not like that. They're very spunky and stuff. I'm wondering if she was sedated, allegedly, in my opinion, based on what she was going through or what was going on around her. Okay, what was happening. So I'm pretty sure she might have been on something. And the whole stuff about the neighbors surrounding themselves with good people, I'm gonna have to stop right there and fill you in. They were associated with a lot of a rug world, okay, party world. I'll be honest, the boy that was, yes, I understand. That's hilarious. Candace was, hanging out with the teenage boy. So there's that was with them that day. There's just a lot of this environment. And we're getting to her inside of her environment that's coming. I just want you to see the one part about the DEATH and look at her reaction. And then we're going to go to Chris McDonough's interview. Yes, I remember that when she said she had to concentrate on the boys because they're alive. That was on her panel. Wasn't that on her channel, Renee? Was that on her channel? Back when she said that? Remember the time she was at the pond and late at night talking, and we were all concerned she was going to harm herself. Very, very, a lot going on in this case.
Thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around. Ever.
She loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl." And she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl till my arm got tired, you know. And you know, I put out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, you know, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, you know. Well, I'm sorry about that. It's just.
She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House, My House. She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
She liked to think of herself as a princess, and you know, and all that, like all young girls do. And
she loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa, and
I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it, you know, when you're young. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church, or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart as past tense, and I apologize again for that. I hope she gets to come home, you know, and I hope she gets to be with our church family again.
Our best friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Oh, listen to this.
Up to
when
women that were.
She come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
Past tense.
Any woman that was professional, that
was pretty, beautiful.
She looked up to those kind of women. She, you know, they were the word I'm looking for, I can't think of it, but she looked up to them.
Look at her face.
She'd give them a run for their money every day. She'd give them a run for their money, and there was times, you know, we'd be, you know, at our.
I just have to say something. That made me feel very badly for Candace, regardless of what she said, done, not done. When he said Summer loves her Sunday school teacher, they're referring to Robin. And he says she's attracted to beautiful professional people. Did you see Candace's face? That broke my heart. Okay. Yes, she has been spoken of in past tense. He's said right away, almost, I will see her in the resurrection. And as you heard him say, from day one, I knew she had been abducted. Now, remember, from deception, if they are parents who are crystal clear about what has occurred, that's a red flag, because they should be open to all possibilities. Okay. So he said, well, I'm just letting him investigate the other things, but he knows she was abducted. And he also said, terrible things about what might have happened to her, being locked in. It's terrible. It's hard to even hear some of the things that have been said. But yes, she is definitely medicated, in my opinion. I agree. Rose wrote, possibly, yes. It's obvious, and it's very obvious. Loved, yeah. She loved. I'm waiting for the death, and then him to say that, and you see her reaction. Because I think this interview makes me think that allegedly, when that happens, when he says that, and she whips her head to the side, and she had said, just bring her back. And he says, well, the FBI is going to investigate this. It makes me sound like someone, it could have been a debt almost, or someone who, something in that rug world that was made, someone got mad. I don't know. It's weird. this interview is to me. It makes me speculate a few different things. She was. Yes, she sure was, Kari. Yes, thank you. Did someone? Oh, thank you, Kimberly, man. I'm sorry I didn't even thank you. Thank you so very much. I think you guys only have like 2 more, and I will be back on live after today's live, this live. So thank you all for your donations. And Kimberly, man, I agree with you all. She's out of it, in my opinion. But I think that that was a very belittling statement about she's attracted to beautiful, professional, women like that. And that, imagine being the wife and the mom hearing that. And there has been statements of people in you can see it in some things of people, and it appearing as jealousy towards Summer, allegedly.
Boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, and it'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
Yeah,
She
typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
She loved to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
When I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me. When the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. She loved to run. She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her 2 hands, and she could do that. None of the other boys can do that, but she can.
Was she at school yet?
No, she's going this year.
This was supposed to be her first year.
She's been. We did all the what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already taken all of her shots and registered in the school ready for this year.
I just never expected for anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands, and I love her with all my heart. I'd do anything to have her back.
Your little girl.
If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart to please release her somehow. I don't know how you might do that. I mean, you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go, and where we can get her back. And just please have mercy on her, and and us, and her brothers. And she's such a loving, good spirit. Please don't hurt her. Please let her come home. My biggest fear is, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something, because she loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her downfall. 'Cause a lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? Go get Summer now." And that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out and she would always be close by, but we was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person. And
she loved to be outside.
And I'm so afraid that she's locked away. She's such a loving heart and everything. And I'm afraid that she won't be able to, locked away where she can't be outside or play with a puppy or anything, love nature, and that's my greatest fear, that she's not able to do any of these things anymore, or that she could possibly, I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility. I don't want to address all the negativity. I just want to focus on the positive, because it's so easy to get,
Did you see her face? She said, "And find our daughter." Release her How could, if she went down to the basement to play, how could Summer's nemesis, her downfall, be that she loved to be outside? They thought someone took her from the basement, correct? So why would playing outside be hers? We have a live coming up where I am going to be playing Donna Reverend's information on what she believes happened to Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, and what Brian Koberger she believes what happened in the house at 1122 King Road. So that is coming up, and it's going to be great. She is the one who helped lead law enforcement to JJ and Tylee, Lori Daybell's children. She's fabulous. I chatted with her text-wise back and forth when I was in Fruitland, Idaho for Michael Vaughn, because I came across a factory and she had seen a factory in her, I don't know if it's right to say visions, but so I reached out to her and we kind of determined that that wasn't the factory. But yes, we are going to absolutely be watching her, what she saw for Summer, Sebastian, and Brian Koberger, what he did, the monster who's admitted it now. Let's go to Chris McDonough so you can see the inside of the home. And she, real quick though, I don't like it that he calls her a young lady. Did you hear the dogs barking? And when he said, release her, I don't know how. And I'm wondering if that's could that be because he doesn't have the money to give them to release her? Allegedly, just a speculation. But that's weird. If you just release her, I know you're scared and don't want to go to prison, right? I don't know. With the world they're in, though, in my opinion, there's a lot of possibilities. Let's get back to our slideshow. There it is. No, it's not. Stop sharing. We're going to go here. Thank you all for being here. Hit that thumbs up if you have not. And don't forget our members live tomorrow. And I will come check. I think we've made our goal. So I will definitely be live later today as well. Let me get to our slideshow. There we are. That is another TBI briefing that I want to share with you. But I do want, and the lead investigator, but real quick to give you some context, I do want you to see, there it is. I do want you to see some of this interview. Okay. Let me escape it real quick. Get this up here. Okay. And this is full credit to the interview room in accordance with Fair Use Copywriting Act for education and commentary. Okay. And this is Chris McDonough. He got one of the rare interviews and he's in the house.
Scaffolding you're talking about. Yeah, that's like an inch. Yeah. Inch or...
Okay. I want to give you a little context. He spent the day with Candace at the pond, Warrior's Path, where she and Summer and the teenager Hunter went swimming that day. Let me give you some context. They woke up that morning and Grandis had hurt her knee. So they had an appointment at the emergency room. Now, I've never had an appointment at the emergency room, but let's continue. So she took Summer with her, and the boys, 3 boys, stayed home to clean the house for CPS the next day. Summer and Candace took Grandis to the ER. They were in the parking lot, and now Hunter's mom is Allie, and Candace and Allie were on the outstep during that time over Jose, the guy I told you I referred to as the groomer who had moved in. And Very odd. Showed up in a U-Haul full of people. Allie, with Allie's husband, ex-husband. It's very strange. I have that down too to make sure that I share that with you all. That may not be today because there's a lot into this case. So he spent the day. They went to drop grandma off. Allie and Candace were on the outs, but Candace reached out to Allie's son, the teenager, and he invited them over, and she said, you need to check with your mom. Well, apparently Candace said, or, they went over there and picked up Hunter. They left, went swimming. Now, she claims she put Summer in her little swimming thing there at Hunter's house in the bathroom. Okay. And then they went swimming at Warriors Path Pond, hanging out. Hunter claims that Summer went underwater that day, but he jumped in and got her up. Candace claims it wasn't like that, that she was under for a second. Candace does have film of her. What about the U-Haul? I'll go back to it. Let me put it there. Candace does have film of, doesn't that remind you of tea, right, Kari? And Candace has film from that day of Summer swimming in the pond. Then they go and they pick up Grant. Now, first that was they three went, the narrative said that the three of them were swimming. Now, later on, they had picked up Grandis, and Grandis went with them, and with her bad knee, walked all the way down to the pond. Hard to believe, but Grandis said she later in an interview, when they finally got an interview from her, because Lawson came out and said something about the family not cooperating. Grandis immediately did an interview and said she knew nothing about the Warriors Pond. She went home and took a nap. She wasn't planting flowers or cactus, any of the above. So real quick, I'm going to pause and answer this question so I don't forget it. Prior to Summer going missing, Jose, the groomer, I call him, moved into the home with Candace, Summer, and the boy, and two of the boys. Don and the oldest boy were away working out of town for a while. So these guys were there. Apparently, Jose paid her a little rent, is allegedly the story. Yes, Jose. When Jose finally came out and spoke in the public after a couple of months of not realizing Summer had been missing, because he left. Grandis drove him away. Grandis got him out of there, drove him. And this was before Summer went missing. Grandis again driving him. Okay. And then, but how he arrived, he explained when he finally found out 2 months later or months later that Summer was missing, he came forth, and I think he went on, I can't remember exactly what channel, but he went on a channel and he spoke about it. He said he was so tired of all the whole situation, of everything he had been going through in his life, he threw his phone away into the water. And that's why no one had contacted him that Summer had been missing. Until the FBI, I think, reached out to him. Anyway, he started speaking out on social media. He did some interviews, and shortly thereafter, within a couple of months, he was found unalived, according to his sister, across the United States, and she had no idea why. Okay. Now, he arrived there. His story was that he was going out there not to live with Candace and Summer and the two boys, but he was going out there because they all drove a U-Haul. There was Andy and his wife and their kids, and Jose, and I'm not sure, I don't recall off the top of my head who else may have been in there. And some of them were riding in the U-Haul that they were pulling. Okay. And when they said they were going there, and Andy was with them too, and Jose, they were going there to where Summer lived because they were going to be buying a home. I guess going in on it together. I don't know. I'll have to go back to the details if it was Jose or Jose and Andy buying it. But the deal fell through. Now, later on, it was said that they were buying property from Jody Sue. But again, all these neighbors have all conflicting stories. But needless to say, coming in a U-Haul is a huge red flag. That is a big indication of human smuggling. So they all showed up in a U-Haul. Jose jumps out, they find out that they're not going to get the house. They're standing in they call Candace to come out there. Candace comes out there with the kids. And there's this big thing because they're not going to get the house, and everyone's just going to turn around and drive all the way back. I think it was New York, but I don't recall. And Jose decided he didn't want to just jump in the car and drive all the way back. So Andy contacted allegedly Allie, that's his ex-wife. They both had Hunter together. And Allie allegedly told them to, call Candace. So Candace drove out there to the U-Haul spot, and they made arrangements for Jose to come home with her. You just meet a man and move him into the house with the kids. And he went home with them, and he lived there. And shortly before, I think he was a groomer. He got close to the boys, helping with homework, and he cleaned the house. He taught the kids how to clean. He made sure they were clean. He did their laundry. There were allegedly cockroaches all over. He did what he could to help out, he said. Okay? He was very, very close with Summer. Very, very close with Summer. He had a nickname for Summer, and I cannot recall it off the top of my head. But he had a special nickname for him, and then things got heated between him and Don. When Don came back, there was a fight. Don threw a bottle, chipped his tooth. Andrew, not Andy. Thank you. There's a lot of Andrews and Andys. Excuse me. Thank you for the correction. Half pint. Okay. Thank you, Gypsy Girl. You all are on it. Love it. And there was a fight, and Grandis ended up driving him away. Grandis again. Okay. And he ended up being found unalived, allegedly, according to his sister, across the country. And they have no idea who unalived him, why, what happened. Very sketch. Okay. So let's continue now that you're about to see. So I always thought, Kari, that was really suspicious, showing up in a U-Haul group of people like that. So that screams something to me, right? Oh, really, Raymond? Hunter's dad lives in Gloversville, New York. Oh, interesting. Okay. He has a channel, or had a channel. I'm not sure if he still does. This was significantly before Summer's disappearing. Thank you. Thank you for, it wasn't like a week before or 2 weeks before. Correct. Because Don was out of town and then came back and was back living in the home. Thank you for help. Thank you. I did need to clarify that. I appreciate that. Nope. Nope. Nope, not today. Great name, by the way. I'm going to mute so you guys can hear this. I'm just going to show you enough so you can see the inside of the house. Note the dogs barking as Chris McDonough arrives. And this follows him spending the time with her down at the pond where the Summer had gone swimming, and he had a great interview there too.
Right. I'm not here for any of it. You know what I mean? I'm not here to judge anybody. Right. I'm here to talk about Summer and help you find Summer. Okay. And help anybody help find her. Okay. That messaging. Okay. So you go into the house.
Go in the house.
Can I follow you in, or you comfortable with that? Huh?
I don't know what about you. It's still the cat food.
Okay. And is this they're gonna attack me?
No.
Oh, I was just I'm teasing you. The dog's gonna attack me. So this is the scaffolding you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my that's
okay, so she comes up, jumps up, and goes right in.
Yep.
Okay. How many cats? You know what? You should have like a zoo license. You know, I'm seeing all kinds of critters, which is good. Okay, where's Summer's bed?
Oh, it's in the basement.
Got it. Okay. So what happens when she comes in? The boys are playing where?
No, the boys are actually sitting here.
Okay.
And they're actually sitting right here at the table. Watching TV.
Okay, so they're at the table watching TV. Okay.
They were all locked in. Nobody could get in. Nobody could get out.
Okay.
Kind of
now, who's this on up here?
That's my little sister that's missing.
Oh, that's Rose.
That's Rosie.
Oh, wow. Yep. Wow. And who's the guy?
That's her ex-husband.
Wow. Do you think he had anything to do with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to go there.
Can't say.
How's your mom deal with that?
It's difficult.
Yeah, I know. You know I know, right? So, okay, watching TV. Where's Summer?
Summer, she was with me.
Okay, so walk me through that.
All right, well, we walked up in here and we got Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon, the boys.
Right, you put the groceries down, right?
Yeah, well, we went back out and then we brought the groceries in and put them down. And then Mom, she took her stuff to her house, put her stuff away.
Okay.
And then, of course, me and Summer went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay. You went back in?
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
Around the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there at the time I come out and I'm standing here. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? What are you staring at? She's like, these plants, I gotta get them transplanted. I was like, well, Summer will help us. So I went back in. By that time she was sitting on the floor playing with her toys.
Right here?
No, in the kitchen where we were just at.
Okay.
She was actually sitting on the floor playing with the toys at that time. I said, Summer, you want to help plant flowers? And she jumped up, left her toys and us. Of course. That's cool.
Yeah, that's what kids do. That's awesome. This is rough terrain. Let's go look at the. Tell me about this area over here.
This is just pretty much scrap metal, really.
And do you trade the scrap metal in for cash?
No.
Sometimes, no.
No, it just sits there.
And this is Mom's trailer right here.
This is my mom's camper.
Okay. Okay. And these are the flowers.
Yeah.
With her little buddies.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a good picture of that. Her Paw Patrol. This is so sweet. These are Summer's little toys there.
That is the flowers that she claims that they were planting that day in those little rock thing, those weeds and cactus and little things, cacti. So I'm sorry, I don't think this is the one where he goes in the house. But I'm just going to try and fast forward it and see if it is a little bit for you. If you can bear with me. Fast forwarding. No, just because, Harley, that is so true. Because just because you're poor doesn't mean you can't keep your house tidy. It's not about where your home is, right? It's not about the size of your home or the structure. It's about the home you make inside. right? The home, the way you can clean an area, and it might be small and it might be inadequate, but if it's clean, it feels better, right? And you can put meals out. That's another thing. Jose said there were never meals. Frozen pizzas was the meal, and he did, start cooking for them and stuff. Very heartbreaking story. I feel like, another CPS case that could have intervened. Well, they did later with the boys, right? Let's keep going. Bear with me. If this is not the one with the house, we'll get it.
There's one there. Then there's this guy right here. Then this is Casey on the case.
It's Chase.
Okay. I love it.
Got Chase on the case and you got Rubble on the double.
And you have, obviously, somebody made you a cool shirt. I want to show everybody that shirt again. That Mom on Patrol for summer. Wow. And this is that road down behind the property.
That could be one of the road. That could be where they are searching. There's a renewed search for summer. TBI's come out. There was At Night One World requested FBI to take over that case as well. Summer and Sebastian, or parallelly investigate. And TBI 2 days later reached out to Don and Candace yesterday and told them that they were going to search the road below the house. So it could be this area. You all are amazing. Thank you for being here. Please hit the thumbs up. I know there's a lot of people out at barbecues and pools and this and that. And this is my favorite holiday. I'm usually out doing that. But this year, being the fact that I'm in the midst of getting everything ready to relocate, I'm home. So thank you for spending it with me. I truly appreciate it. And happy 4th of July.
Back there you can see. So, Miss Candace, while I'm out here, is there anything that you feel is important that you'd want to tell the world that I haven't asked you, that you want to let them know?
Not really, just hope that everybody that's looking for her, that we can find her and bring her home safely.
Okay.
She was very precious to me.
Okay. And the authorities are working hard on this?
Yes, from what I understand, yes.
Okay. And, we're going to let them do their job.
I'm going to show you a clip from News Nation where they do show the inside of the house. So I want to jump to that for you all. This will be credit to News Nation Prime in accordance with the Fair Use Act, part of the U.S. copyright laws. Let's go. Did you see the family room that the boys were sitting and watching TV in? Okay. That, a lot of chaos in the home, right? Not structure, doesn't look, it's chaotic. And I wish someone who had been in that home, and, there were a lot of people who claimed to be there, had helped her get a handle on it. And sometimes that's just what it needs, and sometimes when you're involved in a rug world, things get that messy because your focus is shifted. And someone just said, thank you for the membership, Wendy McConey. Well, you are welcome. And you can thank either Whispering Winds or Raymond. Thank you guys. And our reunions tomorrow, don't miss tomorrow. There's been so much going on with the Ransom, with so much true crime. Don't miss it. I am going to give you some details that I hadn't shared with everyone else. So see you tomorrow for Members Live, our family reunion. Let us keep. What did? Yes, they would have. And another thing that happened in this case that bothered me tremendously. Candace went on her channel and started raising money with a friend to remodel the home. So the stairs wouldn't be like they were and do all that. And that, in my opinion, could have been a crime scene. And I was very disturbed about that. They were doing drywall and everything. But you're right. They would have needed 12 large roll-off dumpsters to clean up the property, allegedly. LE tires became flat due to the nails and screws left lying around the driveway. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for that info, Fundeski. You have some inside info. Appreciate that. I did not know that.
To walk through exactly what you saw inside this home.
So this is Candace showing me essentially where the boys were sitting. They were sitting right there at that table, looking at that TV, playing video games. Summer went down into the basement. She's pointing to this, table here that has basically a crawl
right there,
space into it, and down into that crawl space goes down into the parents' and Summer's room. So I asked her if she would take me down there. She did, and so we crawl through there.
So
now,
can I stop you real quick, Chris? Because this is the only way to get to Summers and the parents' room is through this crawl space.
Right. This is the way she said Summer went into that basement.
Why do they have it set up like that?
That is a great question. I don't have that answer.
Okay, continue.
So we get down there, and of course, this is Summer's room here that you're seeing. All of the items in the back corner belong to Summer. There's a mattress on the floor, the two bunk here that you're seeing.
Why do they have the only way to get to Summer's?
Me down there, she did, and so we crawl through there.
So
now,
can I stop you real quick, Chris? Because this is.
Mark, there is footage of him climbing down there, and I will get that for you. Not probably this live, but I want you all to see it. But if you look, I tried to stop. They've got the banner across, so it's hard. But back here, let me go over to my screen so you guys can see. You can see there. It's what's going on in the background is some sexy whatever show that shouldn't even be on there when there's children in the house. So it's really concerning, actually.
This is the only way to get to Summers and the parents' room is through this crawl space.
There it is again.
Right. This is the way she said Summer went into that basement.
Why do they have it set up like that?
That is a great question. I don't have that answer.
Okay, continue.
So we get down there, and of course, this is Summer's room here that you're seeing. All of the items in the back corner belong to Summer. There's a mattress on the floor, the two bunk beds. The windows are secured with reflective type of materials. And so you can tell this is, it's pretty striking pretty quickly for a 5-year-old to be in this environment.
Chris, the other 3 boys, Summers brothers, were removed from the home, taken into protective.
There's much better footage, and I just want you to see that that's the environment. The mattress on the floor. She slept with mom and dad. She crawled down through there. It could have been an accident, a stumble down the stairs. It wasn't safe, in my opinion. It wasn't a place for a child. And CM described it as a dungeon. Just very, very, there's so much to this case. There really is so much to this case. And we're going to keep going. This is June 24th. Yeah, it was not safe. It wasn't clean. And that's why I said the groomer. I really think that, in my opinion, that's all linked together. I mean, they showed up in a U-Haul. He lived there for a while, got real close with Summer. I don't know how long before. Oh, and that's another thing. It appeared Allie and Hunter's mother, the boy who was with Summer the day she went missing, that Candace and she got into an argument over Jose. They had a party one night and everyone was hitting on Jose, including Grandis. So there's kind of like all three of them were going after Jose. Okay. Whew, right? The world children live in today. She does. And her age progression looks so much like Candace. So much like Candace. And I'll show that to you all too. Looks just like her mama.
Working to TBI continue to work around the clock. There's still two aspects of this case, the active search and the investigation. You'll hear more about the search in just a minute. TBI agents and Hawkins County detectives working alongside the FBI continue to work around the clock to determine what happened to Summer Wells. In order to preserve the integrity of the investigation, we can't discuss everything we're doing and have done to find Summer. Here's what we can tell you. Numerous residents and individuals associated with the family have been interviewed. Surveillance video and photos have been reviewed, as well as other potential digital evidence. We're still working to identify everyone in the area on the afternoon that Summer went missing. One of you asked us in a previous briefing the standard amount of time it takes for a case like this to be resolved. While every case is different, this one is definitely outside of the norm. Typically, in an investigation like this one, we have some idea of where the case is headed and what might have happened within a few days. In this situation, despite doing everything within our power and exploring all avenues, the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear. I understand the lack of answers frustrates you in the public, but trust me, no one is more frustrated than we are. If we develop information that will lead to locating Summer, we will share that with you first and foremost. In the meantime, we ask anyone with information who hasn't come forward to please call 1-800-TBI-FIND. I'll turn it over to Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
Now, I just want to ask your theory on this because I have a lot of people in here and I'm thrilled that do follow this case and have a lot of details. What I want to ask you is, why are we week in and they're saying it's outside of the box? Kind of, I'm paraphrasing, it's got them stumped outside of the box. You know, I just don't understand. It's baffling to me. Okay, so what happened? Because I just don't know. I just think it's something, again, like we've spoken with another case we're studying. I think it's bigger than we think it is. Or, you know, bigger or involves something, an element that's part of the environment. And just so you all know, I do want to share with you, because I skipped the slide, but I do want to let you know that when I talk about the environment, it's because they were known to have rugs and parties and a lot of alcohol, things like that. But also, like, if you're just joining us, DW Don his first wife said that he was caught trying to sell their 2 boys for rug money. And when they were little, he has spoken of being in a hotel in California back in his younger days where he saw young kids who were teed, and he didn't know what that was at the time, why they were there in the hotel. But now as an adult, he can look back and know what it was. So it's not also, Candace and Jose talked about when he was away, they talked about how he had gone to, Jose talked about it on his interview, that shortly before a Christmas, Don disappeared with his paycheck and was at one of those, rug and, whatever else goes on in those places in, I don't remember the town, close town to them, Icky, might have been Knoxville. And they sent someone to go get him. And he owed money when he left. He owed money when he left, is what the story from Jose was. And Candace had brought that up a couple times on her channel too. So we don't know what's going on when they say, please release her. I don't know how, meaning what could that be? Because I don't have the money to pay you. Donwell's oldest son and daughter and PW asked MH to help track down the children allegedly. Okay. Don's oldest son. You mean Donnie? And what was the daughter's name? I don't recall. Was it Amber or something? DW's oldest son and daughter and PW. Who's PW? You can put, oh, I got it. Prayer asked MH to track down the children allegedly. MH, give me MH. Why is MH not coming to track down the children? Oh, the boys? Interesting. Teresa said, hell, my outside lizards. Okay, you all. Gypsy has to go find her decoder ring. You guys crack me up. My fur babies live like royalty. Mine do too. Oh, got it. Okay. Pamela, Margie, and Mary in Utah. Got it. Okay, so now let me go back to that comment. They are the ones who were I thought they were going to be pressing charges. DW's oldest son and daughter, and asked to help track down the children. Interesting. Was that after the boys were taken, you mean, or prior to anything happening? Show Poodles, hey. Show Poodle said, we want to believe Ellie is smarter than the average person. Yes, Donnie is. Are you talking about Donnie, Raymond? I have witnessed firsthand that is not always the case. Yes. Yes. So as in Sebastian's case, we have this element involved in RSO in the family. Okay. We are going to keep listening to this amazing interview to see what they have that early on. And what it's almost the same. There's nothing new.
Thank you. Just to go along with Leslie, I know there's a lot of social media going on out there, a lot of detectives going on, but they're absolutely useless unless these people that's 100% positive calls 1-800-TBI-FIND. That means nothing.
That tells me they're not following up on every lead, in my opinion, because not every lead means they're 100% positive.
Monitoring all social media and everything that you all put out from people that you all interview. And I assure you, you'd have to work very hard to find somebody that we hadn't talked to. They may not tell you. one point I want to make and clear up, obviously, is a couple of days ago, I asked for the public not to help us in our search in the woods and stuff. That is because we know where every searcher is, where every team is, and the captain and his staff, they're tracking everyone. So if we get the general public in the woods, we don't know about it, then they're going to get missed when they go home or don't go home. So it's going to be somebody else that we have to generate time and information and resources to find. What I did ask for, and I still need, is all the people in Upper Beach Creek, Hawkins and Sullivan County to search their property again and again. You got to look for a small child. You have to look for evidence of a small child's being. And if you got field cameras, if you got security cameras, we need you to check those again. Just keep checking them and checking them. We're trying to find every vehicle is in this holler they're living since we started this. And we also did a roadblock, which helped at the same time that she was reported missing, to see if we come in contact with somebody that's been working that we could see. Obviously, there's nothing came out of that, but it's just another tool that we've used to make this happen. So if the general public that lives in this area will go back and search their outbuildings, their barns, their hay fields, now it's mowing season, so when they mow, they need to pay attention. And if you have a resident that cannot search their property themselves, if they'll call my office at 423-272-4848, I will send an officer to your residence to search your property for you. It's a cooperation that we must need, because I know some of the residents probably getting frustrated with seeing the officers, but as the captain will tell you, we've had very intense operations all week long for 9 days now, and we're not done yet, because like I told you from day one, it's about finding Summer. That's the number one goal here. Yep.
Thanks, Sheriff.
He sounds very frustrated, doesn't he? That they've been out there looking and nothing's happening. And you can tell he's frustrated. But that 100% thing about social media really concerns me, because like I told you, leads have been called in there that I think were very important. When a dad of a missing child tells his dad something and the half sister says it, you know, come on. I hope they dug those sewers and those septics. And then when I had to call that one lead in, wow, I hope I know they didn't search all that property, because that was when Candace wasn't letting them search on the property. Remember, she said no one's going to search the property. And she told Ernie Snell, wow, that's a name from before, right? Told Ernie that she would tell him where Summer was in 3 days, and then didn't. Hi, Cinderella. How are you? I don't know what you're questioning. What's up, Cinderella?
As of June 24th, 2021, search and rescue efforts for missing 5-year-old Summer Wells continues. We have now utilized 106 agencies spanning from Tennessee, Ohio, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina assisting in these search efforts. Numerous specialized search and rescue groups with numerous canine teams have been represented from each of these agencies. To date, we have covered over 4.6 square miles, with that being over 3,000 acres being searched since Tuesday night when she was reported missing. The rugged mountainous terrain continues to cause problems. This has slowed search operations down in these areas, but please be rest assured, while incurring these conditions, we are still searching with an aggressive approach with extreme attention to detail. These terrains and conditions have exhausted crews both physically and mentally. We are still utilizing local and regional resources, but have had to call upon and utilize resources from Middle and West Tennessee, along with out-of-state resources, to bring a fresh set of eyes and rested bodies into the search operations. Search efforts will continue on a more specialized team basis throughout the rest of the week. Just because you may not see us in such a large presence, once again, rest assured, we are still out here searching for Summer Wells. We will continue to work with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, TBI, and FBI until we find Summer Wells. As mentioned before, as Sheriff here mentioned, please continue to search your personal property. Sullivan County, Hawkins County, mainly the Beach Creek community, and even if you branch out a little bit further, please search. And I've been telling these searchers here the last several days, when you're looking for this property, you're not looking for an adult laying there. You're not looking for an adult hiding in the building. We're looking for a 5-year-old girl that weighed approximately 40 pounds. Somebody that size could wad up, could hide in an area that a legal size piece of paper or a folded up laptop could go. This is also the reason why we are exhausting all efforts. This train, as you can see behind us, guys, is only a small, very small percentage of what these guys day in and day out are going through.
Shocking to hear they can hide like that, right? I mean, when they put it in that perspective. You all have some really good comments. Oh, Cinderella, I'm sorry. Now I get what you're saying. Love your bear. The best. What is going on is 2 days ago, now 3, at night in One World, after we got that ransom demand for Sebastian, they did not get answered, like response. We were waiting and to jump into action because we had a ransom. They said he was alive. They were going to call with his voice, all of that. And they couldn't get, they were already funding, like getting ready to take the reward money, put it into ransom, crypto, all that stuff. He sent a digital wallet, but we needed to investigate it, right? But they were ready to act. And they had people on airplanes going to 2 different countries to investigate. But in the meantime, we're not hearing back from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, FBI, TBI, or Sumner County, not Brandon Carter, not Eric Craddock. Okay. So it's serious. They said he was going to be in Cancun, Mexico. It was very serious. And I will address the sheriff's son. You got it. I'm writing it down right now. I'm writing it down. So what happened is at night, because it becomes federal kidnapping investigation, when you're talking, they're saying he could be in Mexico. They couldn't get any answer. So now they have written to Kash Patel, Trump, many other congressional oversight committees, the Department of Justice, the United States Attorney General, and the Attorney General of Tennessee, and have requested explanation as to why one would ignore that. Actually, they had to be like they said, threatened in their thing to respond. And then within minutes, gotta consider this acknowledged. The FBI is investigating, but it took that. And that showed me, because that's what it took. Remember, I told you guys I had important things I had been sending them. I couldn't get an answer. So I wrote to Detective Carter and said, and I know he doesn't owe me anything, but because it was ransom, I was wanting to know. And so I said the same thing, but I said to him, I've sent you 9 things in the last few days and I haven't heard back. And I said, you could communicate to me because this is really serious what I'm sending you. Is this not your only case? The least you could do is please communicate to me. And he came back 8 or 9 minutes later and said, received, thank you. So that shows me in 3 days, not responding, suddenly I put that and I get a response in 8 minutes. Well, the same thing happened. So they have requested the FBI to take over Summer Wells' case and Sebastian Rogers' case, and or at the very least do a parallel investigation into both cases and have both law enforcement turn over all digital, physical, everything evidence. 2 days later, TBI yesterday contacted Don Wells. He put out a post on his Find Summer Wells page. They contacted he and Candace, who don't live they're not on Ben Hill Road right now, obviously, because they told them that they would be there searching below the road. below the house on the road. So they are doing a new search for Summer. Now, did what At Night put out and contacting Kash Patel and the White House and everyone else spur that into action? I would think so, because it's been so long. I mean, it's too much of a coincidence since suddenly they're doing a new search. But they have a different chief deputy on the case. It's Tony Allen. At least it was at the time of the Amber Alert. And Sebastian has Bobby Simmons. And as of yet, I checked Sheriff Lawson, Craddock's page to see if he had made any comment. None. Now, I do know after all this came out about the fake ransom, and because it's scary to me still, because, there's still, At Night's had people on planes going to different countries. Probably, I'm assuming, they didn't tell me what countries, but I'm assuming the country of location from the person and the country where they said, Mexico in Cancun. So it was very scary. It still is, because guess what they have to do? They still have to find that guy. First of all, because he's going to be arrested for extortion and all that stuff that they said involves this. And second of all, they need to make sure he didn't run because he got scared and truly does know something. You never know. And I know a lot of you say, well, this is stupid. Well, it might be stupid, but who's going to be that person that's going to ignore something? Not me. I am not going to be that person. Okay, we get a lot of emails in a day, a lot of emails, and sometimes we miss them, yes. But it was like a miracle that was sent to me by Mindy, and I think it was a couple of minutes I picked it right up. And so, that's what's going on, Cinderella. So now suddenly they're going to do a new search. Now, they did not say how many people, and I hope it is not another aerial drone search. I hope it's boots on the ground. I hope there's a reason they're going that area, not just to show they're out there. It's a great, I want them to keep going. And we're going to, obviously, Summer doesn't have a voice. Her parents heard the interview we played earlier. They don't communicate with local law enforcement or TBI. They let their 2 PIs do that. Okay. And I don't know how often that's happening. So you have another sheriff's office who has another mother who isn't beating down the door asking for answers. Now, Sebastian has, and I'm alleging my opinion in there, Sebastian, we know for a fact, has Seth. Seth has brought in the team that if they weren't there this week, I don't know what we would have done. And I've told you guys that, everything needs to be taken seriously. You know what? And this is what I said, and I put out a post that is not normally like me. And it isn't like me. But there were so many people saying, this is meaningless. Why are you even telling us about this? This was a scam. You guys are reaching at straws just for content. And I was so upset because you have no idea what we went through this. It was horrible. And I went off and I told them that, if I hadn't have brought this to my Sebastian's army, my Sebastian Strong army, right? You all would have felt so let down. If you had heard later on that I had gone through all of this and I was cleared to release it to you, and you heard it from At Night's publication and found out it was me, wouldn't you feel let down that I didn't share it and was allowed to? And so I bring it to you. And they criticize Mindy, how she handles it. Well, why didn't she do this first, that first? Everyone's criticizing. And we did it the way we felt was safest for Sebastian and expeditious. She contacted At Night immediately. She emailed me. I got it. I contacted Seth and Tony and law enforcement. Okay. I will admit, I had trepidation because I don't have confidence in Sumner County, because I had sent them some stuff a few days before that was serious too. And I didn't want to send it to them, but who leads? Seth. And Seth said, send it first thing Seth said is send this right away to Sumner County. I said, I don't want to, but I did. And TBI and FBI, and I also sent it to Doggin at Night, and they all were in touch with us immediately. So regardless of what happened, they'll have to find the guy. They will need to ensure that he's a phony, that it's a hoax like they think it may be now. And they have asked for the FBI to lead both cases, or at least run parallel investigations into both. I am waiting for a statement from Sumner County. I think TBI's statement was that they'll be searching, you know, and a nonverbal statement is they're going to go out there and search and they're going to get on the ball. So, and if you do read the post, I'm sorry, because you know it's not normally like me, but I was sticking up for what is right. You know, you all have been following Sebastian's case. I think you would want to know that someone called in a ransom demand, correct? Put a 1 if you would have wanted to know, and a 2 if you would rather have I've never told you that happened. First of all, it revealed to you all why they had put up the high alert to the borders. Remember? The borders on, do you remember the border just recently when we went on high alert on the Mexican border, Tijuana, all of that At Night put out? And many of you were saying, that's not new, Jay. They put that out a long ago. That's not new. Well, and I said, this is not that, but that's all I could say. Well, that's why that high alert went out, because this guy was saying Sebastian was being moved around, hidden and moved around. So I shared it with you. I'm glad I shared it with you. I will always be transparent with you. And once I'm given the clearance that it's safe to be transparent with you. Hi, Neuro. How are you? Hi, Joanne. So I'm glad you all are responding that you did want me to bring it forth, because I just wanted to make sure. So thank you all. But what good came of it? It broke my heart. Mindy and I had tears that it didn't bring Sebastian into Seth's arms and the rest of his loved ones. But if it brings in the FBI now, because now there's no ignoring. Everything's been documented. It was all in emails. It was all in communications. It was all, I showed you guys the ransom person stuff. Mindy showed you the stuff she received too. And it's all on documentation now that there wasn't a response or a reaction, that there were days waiting. And you think about this. This was my visual, excuse me. My visual was Sebastian being moved, roughly. Seth, I'm sorry if you're in here, but I can't imagine what you were going through then. Sebastian being moved roughly, maybe gagged, maybe blindfolded. Okay. And they're waiting in a hotel, and we're still 2 days into not hearing from the main Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Now, they don't want to call in the marshals. They have refused, obviously, because they haven't done it. And they have not asked the FBI to take the lead. And he told Craddock, the sheriff told Seth Rogers, the father, that he's not doing any more press conferences and he does not care what his constituents or the public think. Well, then, and they're watching these things come across their emails for 2 days. To this day that I know of, Mr. Craddock has never responded. Thank you, Cece. It wasn't. It was terrifying. It was in no way. Why would we ever make that up? Why would we ever make that up? There would be no reason the FBI would come after us in 2 seconds for making something like that up in a child's case, right? I appreciate you. Cece said, another creator said it was BS, unsubbed with my money also. Yeah, and you know what? That's just so bad. Because, you know, we would never, I'm not going to go to prison for making up something stupid. That's why you send it to law enforcement to prove it's not made up, right? So, and I have receipts that TBI got it, Rescue Me, FBI got it. Okay. But anyway, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, FBI, TBI, and Sumner County didn't respond. So my vision was him being treated like possibly a certain rough way at the longer time ticked on, and we didn't get a response. So that scared me. So I just wanted you all to know that that's been happening. There was someone in our chat the other day. You all raised question to her, to me, him, her, whatever, CHAI. They're all, on X saying, I'm a teacher who is this how I treat my children? And I'm like, what in the world? Well, yeah, if I have a children in need and someone tells me something, yeah, I'm a mandatory reporter. You're darn right I do. I go right to the office and report it. Absolutely. But they're just it was just terrible. And people, we know they're haters. We don't, but don't tell us not to report something that was pivotal and now may very well bring the FBI and hopefully the marshals in. But we have the FBI director, Kash Patel's been notified, Trump, and many other things. So haters hate, right? No matter what you do, you can't please everyone. So you can only please the people who have the right intentions.
I've had multiple my guys come up to me and tell me, Captain, I'll go to the end, but I'm tired. I'm physically and I'm mentally tired. We are all one team, and we will not quit until we find Summer Wells. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
Have you searched some of these areas over and over again numerous times, some of these fields and things like that?
Absolutely. Captain, can you answer that question?
Yeah, so over these 4.6 square miles, and I'll kind of elaborate on some of these specialized teams. There's some of these areas, guys, we have covered 4, 5, and 6 times. And we have community members, media outlets reaching out going, well, we have neighbors saying you're covering the same ground. We are. New ground, same ground, different eyes, fresh bodies. Guys, one flat looking field, there's 100 places something could be hid, evidence, and or she could be hidden. So yes, we have covered multiple ground multiple times, and we'll continue to do so.
Captain Coop, I know some reward has been talked about. I know your agency, Churchill Rescue Squad, is apparently in charge of that. Can you give us some details on what a reward looks like right now?
Yes, so there has been some people that have reached out to our agency, reached out to TBI and Sheriff's Department about providing reward money for information leading up to the finding and or recovery of Summer Wells. At this time, I can confirm that is correct and that our agency is working to get this account set up. Once this information is available, our agency will provide a media release with this information on how the general public can also give money for this. But at the same point in time, guys, we're running on limited resources, and we're trying everything we can do that without interfering with the search for Summer Wells.
Leslie, at this point in the search and investigation, do you believe Summer Wells is still alive?
We hope so, but honestly, we just don't know. I mean, we're holding out hope, doing everything we can. Obviously, we typically would have found a child at this stage in the investigation. So honestly, we just don't know.
How many tips has the TBI received so far?
I don't have the exact number with me, but it's well over 300 at this point.
I know we've all spoken with the family and then talked about sort of what led up to that missing incident here. Can you just sort of elaborate on what you guys know for sure happened before she went missing that Tuesday night?
We can't release any more than what we've already provided. We know that she was supposedly with family members outside of her home, was seen going into the home. When her mother went to check on her, she was not in the house.
Sheriff, I know you mentioned before that you haven't had to obtain any search warrants. Is that still the case?
My office has not obtained any search warrants, and I really don't know if the other agencies has. I've been coordinating with the captain.
Everything we can do that.
Over 300 at this point.
I know we've all spoken with the family and then talked about sort of what led up to that missing incident here. Can you just sort of elaborate on what you guys know for sure happened before she went missing that Tuesday night?
We can't release any more than what we've already provided. We know that she was supposedly with family members outside of her home, was seen going into the home. When her mother went to check on her, she was not in the house.
Sheriff, I know you mentioned before that you haven't had to obtain any search warrants. Is that still the case?
My office has not obtained any search warrants, and I really don't know if the other agencies has. I've been coordinating with the captain here and the investigators. They're all working together, and we haven't briefed each other this afternoon.
What about lie detector tests? Has anybody been given those?
I think she can address this.
Well, it's no secret that the TBI has a polygraph unit. We don't discuss specifics, but I can tell you that we use that as an investigative tool. In a situation like this, we're going to use every resource and tool available to us.
There's been billboards seen in Myrtle Beach. Are you guys aware of that? And has the search taken you guys even out of state to some extent?
We follow up on all leads that come in, even if they're out of state. We have received some tips from other states, but they didn't prove to be credible leads. We are aware of the billboards. That's not something the TBI coordinates, but we appreciate the effort.
Leslie, are cadaver dogs being used as part of the K-9 team being brought in?
Absolutely, yes.
No law enforcement outside of the house today. Any reason for that?
There's no reason. We have had agents and officers to just touch base with the family on a daily basis. So they were there earlier. The family continues to cooperate at this time. If we have questions, they answer our questions. If we need them to come to the command post to clarify some information, they respond. So they've been very cooperative.
Speaking of the command post, we have noticed some larger FBI presence as well, including like an FBI, I believe it's called a card team. Could you just elaborate a little bit on their role in this investigation? What do they do?
They're just another resource available. Now, I would refer you to the FBI for specifics on what that team does, but they specialize in missing children cases. And again, we're using all resources available. They've been here since last weekend, and we were in communication with them before last weekend. So it's just another resource, and we're grateful for any help we can get.
Leslie, now on day 10, do you guys feel like you have more information, better informed than you did on day 1, Tuesday night?
We don't. We still don't know where Summer is. We don't know what happened to her, and it's extremely frustrating. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is. The sheriff has worked around the clock. His team's worked around the clock. The search crews, TBI agents, FBI agents, we're doing everything we can to find her, but to not have any more answers than we do at this stage, it's just heartbreaking.
Have you been able to narrow down the timeline any more than when she was listed?
Not any more than what we originally released. We know that her family reported her missing. They called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she was last seen, and they searched for a little bit and then reported her missing.
How many hours would you say?
I don't have that information.
Question for Captain or Sheriff. What's the biggest obstacle standing in your way? Is it the heat? Is it just the fatigue? Is it the terrain? What do you think is the number one thing that's hurting you guys in this investigation?
To say hurt this investigation on my aspect of things, nothing's hurting us. We encounter difficult situations so far, and we overcome them situations. From here on out, it is going to be providing our team the rest and assurance to make sure that we can provide more and more fresh-bodied, fresh eyes.
Narrow down the timeline.
Is it the heat? Is
Coordinating the officers out.
Media briefings,
Leslie,
another resource, and we're grateful for any help we can get.
Leslie, now on day 10, do you guys feel like you have more information, better informed than you did on day 1, Tuesday night?
We don't. We still don't know where Summer is. We don't know what happened to her, and it's extremely frustrating. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is. The sheriff has worked around the clock. His team's worked around the clock. The search crews, TBI agents, FBI agents, we're doing everything we can to find her, but to not have any more answers than we do at this stage, it's just heartbreaking.
Have you been able to narrow down the timeline any more than when she was listed?
Not any more than what we originally released. We know that her family reported her missing. They called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she was last seen, and they searched.
I have to share with you all. They called the sheriff's office. Keep that in mind. Remember, I said there's a lot of similarities between Summer's case and Sebastian's case. I just said earlier, I wasn't sure if it was, I think I said, they've never released that call, but they called the sheriff's office, not 911. Now, in my opinion, one benefit of that occurring, and I don't know if that was the intent, is it's not recorded if you call the sheriff's office. It is if you call 911. Okay. So, they still don't. We're 4 years later after this interview, and they still do not know what happened to Summer Wells. Another thing I thought was interesting, and I see a lot of comments that I'm going to come to, and I will be back on tonight. Thank you. You all reached your goal of showing me, and like I said, if you hadn't have, I would have just assumed you all had other plans, and I never get upset. You know that. I just want you all to tell me if you want that bonus time for me to come back on. So I'll be back on tonight, and not even tonight, probably shortly after, about an hour after we get off of here. But they put up roadblocks. Were roadblocks used in Sebastian's case? Right? Do any of you recall? Oh, show poodles. Thank you. You all, I have a lot of thank yous. I can see that. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I just want to go over what they just covered, and then I want to address your all's comments. And show poodles, thank you for donating that membership. It's very gracious of you. Very gracious to give someone else an opportunity to be at our family reunion tomorrow. I was trying to gift 5 in between this live and the one tonight. I will get that set up. Okay. I will do my best to get that set up so I can give 5 memberships tonight before our family reunion tomorrow. But let me go ahead and keep going on just the points so I don't forget them for you all. I had never picked up. This was on June 24th. So this was 9 days in. And I had not picked up that there were already billboards in Myrtle Beach for her. I hadn't heard that in that as many times as I heard that interview. So that was interesting. There are cadaver dogs. They were also using cadaver dogs. And they, as far as we know, no cadaver dogs hit. Now, no cadaver dogs hitting, right? That's important, I think. That's important. I truly believe in my heart of hearts, and I still have to show you. Did I show you yet? I haven't showed you yet the TRAFF thing, have I? I have to show that to you. From TBI, where when I Googled her name several years ago under TBI, that her trafficking came up. TRAF, I'm sorry, the big T. I'm going to do that as soon as I finish here. Okay, so one thing, roadblocks. I don't know if they did that with Sebastian, but they did do that here. They were looking for a red truck. TBI has a polygraph unit. She's not releasing, but they do use it as an investigative tool. So I think that's her way of telling us they did use it. Now, it's not admissible in court, but as Mark is saying in the chat, that they are used as an investigative tool. And oftentimes they look away from someone after that and start searching for someone else. They may come back to that person because it's not always, a ringer for what's going on, or people know how to manipulate them. They'll change the questions to the polygraph in order to see, maybe there's some knowledge somewhere else regarding the capacity of the missing child or the crime. But no cadaver dogs had hit that we know of. Ellie was outside of the house. They said on a daily basis, they were keeping contact with the family. And the CARD team, the chat from the FBI, Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, was out there for, what did they say, since last week. So was EquiSearch. I think EquiSearch, if I'm not wrong, one time said that while they were out there, they did see an animal or evidence of an animal that could have. But then again, if you have an animal, what are you going to have? Shreds of clothing, blood, bones, something. that's, and with that many searchers, you'd find it. And cadaver dogs, you'd find reminiscence of an animal. They don't just swallow them whole, right? Yes, I'm so glad you said that. I told them that earlier. Fun to Ski says 5 of them had red trucks. And remember, Robin was scratching that information on the posters. Yes, Robin's the Sunday school teacher. I will add her along with Jose, like I promised, and Josie, his adoption stuff, to the next live we do on summer, because in my opinion, odd, very strange. She is the one who said she's from the church. Summer loves to hide. She's our best hider because they did missing children drills. And that was shocking to me. And that's like admitted by her. She was very close to Summer. One of the first ones Candace called when this occurred. She was on site after her daughter's event finished. She went home, packed snacks, and then went. That odd too. But yes, prior to, the police were looking for that red truck. Not saying it was a suspect, but needed to talk to them to make sure why they were in the area. Before any police, and I don't even know if to this day, police had said, we've got the, I think maybe they did say we've cleared the red truck. Yes, Raymond, I think the church might be involved, in my opinion. It's a possibility, let me put it that way. But before they ever cleared the red truck, Robin's on an interview, I think with possibly, was it the interview room? I don't know. And she's telling them the red truck's cleared and was crossing them out on the flyers. Very odd circumstance. Very, very strange, in my opinion. Okay, there's a lot there. Raymond, I think so. It's possible. But to have missing children drills is very strange to me. I tried to call their back several years ago. They wouldn't answer because they were in the height of this. We have mentioned, yes, we've mentioned Rose. So we've talked about Rose a little bit earlier. I will add her to the next live too. And the church, let me write down Rose so we don't forget. And the church stuff that I know about. So that'll be a good live as well. But before we end tonight, and I know it's a long one, but I do want to show you the TBI stuff I've been referencing to you, where they connect her to Summer to the big T. My brain's getting tired. Hold up. There we go. There she is with her shaved head. And many of you brought up a beautiful point. Her hair was still short the day of this. See it? Let's go to, that's how her hair was after being shaved. Now, if she got hers shaved because mommy had hers shaved, why is mommy's longer? Great point. But let me find where I'm going with. That's weird that I think we're having, there it is. Okay. And I'm going to mute it and find the right spot first. Okay, this is me, a video from, I didn't look up the date, but this is a video from about a few years ago about Summer when I had looked at, I would check TBI every morning and I searched her name and up came ST, a document, a study, And I thought that was really weird that that was attached when you Googled or searched inside TBI's site, that it would be attached to Summer. So I went and I searched another Amber Alert that was active at the same time in Tennessee. And for that child, that same article didn't come up. An article that pertained to her, it was African Americans and domestic abuse, I believe. And she was a little newborn African American baby, and her mother had been unalived by the father, and then the father tossed the baby into the Mississippi River. So I'm about to show you what I found. Now, shortly after this was started, I reported it. It's no longer there, but I have my video. And I'm going to mute myself and let you just. So number 4, I went to the TBI site for facts from the beginning, questions and answers, and I searched Summer's name, and it was shocking to see what came up. Maybe you all have already done this, but I had not. There were actually 6 links to Summer's name, 2 Amber Alert links, 1 missing child link, 1 active missing child alert, and 2 final Tennessee human sex trafficking study links. That's right, friends. Child trafficking links. So I clicked on the link, and it is both of them, they're identical, are a 2011 brochure on trafficking and its effects on young children. The second trafficking link is identical. So the question is, friends, why is this linked to Summer Wells on the TBI site? Do they link this to all their missing children? So I went to Kennedy Doyle and searched her, the little African-American baby who was 2 days old from Memphis, Tennessee, when her father killed her mother and threw her into a river. Kennedy's body has not yet been found. When I put Kennedy's name into the TBI search, it pulled up an Amber Alert, a missing child alert, and not a link to trafficking, but a link focusing on children of color and crimes. Studying color. So that was relevant to Kennedy Hoyle, so they linked a study to color because she's African American to her name. So that leads me to believe human sex trafficking is relevant to Summer's case, and that's why it is linked to Summer Wells' name. I think, my friends, this is larger, in my opinion, than we want to believe. It is no secret Don Wells tried to sell his first child for drugs when married to his first wife. Don Wells claims to have been in California and seen kids being trafficked. Their neighbor, Jody Sue, apparently is claiming to have been trafficked. I mean, that's a lot of people talking about trafficking in Summer's world. And look at Hawkins County's Operation Strong. Established in 2021 and in 2022, they have rescued over 130 kids from sex trafficking and human trafficking and made many arrests. I will link those 2 videos to pop up at the end in case you missed those. Too much talk and knowledge of trafficking from Summer's people. She lives in an area inundated with it. She is immersed in a world of meth and substance abuse. TBI has Summer's name linked to child trafficking information. The other child, Kennedy Hoyle, has links that are not child trafficking but relevant to her. So in my opinion, this must be relevant to Summer. And that is case in point, my friend. What do you think? What do you think? Shocking, right? But the world she comes from, it's not, we don't know if it could have been a rug debt or we don't know. Hi to Norway. Wow. Exciting. Welcome in, Stein Eric. Is that Royce? Love it. Welcome in. So crazy. We're ending here with, I'm going to introduce you to the lead detective, then we'll end here, and I have a list of what we're going to do next time we cover Summer. But I had some comments I wanted to share too, and some thank yous before we end with the lead detective. Gypsy, thank you so much for gifting a membership. And please thank Gypsy if you received it, and join us tomorrow at the family reunion. It'll be about 4 p.m. Eastern, around there. And welcome to our family. And Gypsy, thank you so much, so very much. And same as, Gypsy Girl, I'm sorry. I'm confused. It's been a long time. And Show Poodles as well. Thank you so much. And everyone who receives these gifted memberships from everyone, welcome to our family and our reunions. We're all family, whether you subscribe, you're in the bushes, replay. We appreciate you all. And, but we have lives for membership reunions on Saturdays. And tomorrow's is going to be a zinger, because I have a lot to share. Some things I'll share with you that I haven't. And, let's see. Cece had said, why would they not have searched those to begin with? Or that incompetent? We're talking about they are now searching the road below the home for Summer. A renewed search. I'm wondering, it's not a coincidence that At Night in One World requested her along with Sebastian to have the FBI take the lead. And now 2 days later, they're searching for Summer. I hope it spurs someone in action to get out there and make a statement about Sebastian at the very least. Mark says, I hope everyone here understands lie detector tests are so good. It's reasons to stop looking at a person. Right. And you know what's even better? That I detect. If they are not sure based on investigation and the person passes or doesn't pass and they think they might be innocent, either way, if they do the eye detect, it is more decisive than the regular lie detectors. That, Raymond, a lot of people, that has been brought up, and I don't recall. I remember for a while we were looking to see when he was around last. And if anyone remembers that, let us know. The question was, maybe the son is involved and Summer's missing. Karen, you said septics and sewers. Yes. Those were, it was brought up that from the half sister that allegedly Don told his dad he was worried that Summer Candace has placed Summer somewhere on the property in one of those two things. I can't remember if it was set a septic or a sewer. So I hope they search those, because that went in as tips. That really did. So lot going on, right? Raymond, thank you again for gifting this membership. If you all receive memberships, welcome in. Thank our friends, Raymond, Whispering Winds. Let me see who else. Show Poodles, Gypsy Girl, for gifting memberships. That's very generous, very kind of you. And all of you, thank you for all of the supers. I will be back on in an hour or so. And I'm going to end with the lead detective so you can meet John Pruitt. Now, he is his only case at that time. No, I take that back. He was the lead on the case, and that was what he was doing. He was the one, okay, the only one on Summer's case at this time. He was the lead. Let me get to the right. Let me see. I even recall another Tennessee child, very high profile case. It's got a vehicle. There it is. This was April of 2022, 10 months after Summer was reported missing. And this is the first time we heard from the lead detective.
Well, today,
The lead investigator on the case says his days are devoted to
with all these different entities and agencies involved.
the lead.
Okay. This is credit to News Channel 11. Let me just get change the banner here for fair use. And I will introduce you to Grandis after also on our next one, also on our next live for Summer. Okay.
Investigator on the case says his days are devoted to finding her.
My day, I check tip line and voicemail when I first get here. I do phone calls and follow-ups on any credible leads I've got. I follow up on anything that I didn't get to a good conclusion the day before. Then I go into my normal caseload of any new cases I've got, follow-ups on them.
They've received nearly 2,000 tips.
I will follow up on everything I can to try to bring closure for this.
Self-proclaimed online investigators and social media sleuths have turned this case into a mess of ideas. And tips have come in from everywhere across the U.S. and even overseas. That help, Pruitt says, has led to little more than time wasted.
If these people want to help so much, we always accept applications to certified individuals.
He says the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by, because we found nothing to lead us to believe that she's been abducted or trafficked out of the area.
Pruitt works alongside the TBI and FBI. Along with the ground search, Pruitt
Because we found nothing to want to help so much.
More than time wasted.
If these people want to help so much, we always accept applications to certified individuals.
So I will have to say that comment right there that he made, I picked up the phone. So I will have to admit, I did. I picked up the phone and I called him. And I left him a voicemail because that, first of all, his lackadaisical attitude about sitting in that chair and then I go about my regular caseload. He is was at that time, 10 months in, he was the detective doing it. So look at the amount of time he was putting in. And this, remind you, as high profile as Sebastian at that time. We just didn't have like Dog and all those celebrities, but very high profile. And he has the audacity to say that about sleuths. Oh, we're taking applications. Okay. I honestly, I promise you, I picked up the phone and I went to town. Not rude, but relevant. Yes, a snot. Absolutely. Arrogant as, okay, Mr. Arrogant, why don't you complete your task and find her? Okay. And that where they're saying there's no proof of T, well, you see what the TBI had her linked to in their documentations. Okay. So needless to say, it really bothered me when he acted like that, and that it bothered most of YouTube that he wasn't devoting most of his day to the case. He was, checking tips, checking voicemails, to see if anything was related to Summer, finishing up on things he had done the day before, and then going to his regular caseload. So we need, I don't know. I love that we have law enforcement that's here to protect and serve us. But when we have law enforcement, and it seems to be, and I would love to live in a small town because I think they're neat, and I have before, but it seems like they just have this thing in some areas. Like I'm comparing him to Craddock right now, and I know I'm comparing a lead detective to a sheriff. That attitude, right? And it's bothersome, but I wasn't gonna, you don't act like that and talk about people who are putting in more hours than you are collectively, right? Because I can guarantee you, every single person in this chat right now, if I had sent you and you were responsible to receive tips, if I had sent you a tip that there was a ransom demand, you would have responded. And you didn't take an oath. You would have responded because of who you are as a person, right? I have no idea. You know what it is, Gypsy? I can answer that before we close out. So he thinks she's close by the way, because they don't have reason to believe she's been TR'd out or abducted. it's just a mess of a case. So we are very glad. I am very delighted that At Night has picked up Summer's case, and they have been investigating her case. Okay. They didn't just suddenly decide to look into Summer this year. Okay. So they are, and what I went through, you know, Stein, I always say there's hope. I always do say there's hope. I really do, especially when we're thinking about possibilities of tea. But I will tell you that a very respected detective, we watched one of his videos earlier today in this live, one of his clips. One time I was watching his show, and someone asked him if he thought Summer was still with us. And he shook his head no. And he usually, he is not someone, I very much respect this person, and he is not someone who would just say that if he didn't think that. So I don't know, but that is what I can tell you. So I'm hoping so. You never know, right? You never know. Right, Teresa. He didn't give explanation as to how he knew that. It's disappointing, but obviously they're going to have to get on the ball too, or hopefully the FBI. Kash Patel is now aware of Sebastian and Summer's case, as is the White House and many congressional units or oversight committees. We're all going to keep writing those letters. We've been doing that. And, you know, I think that was a lot too. We wondered, you know, at first, you know, with everyone writing letters, and that's why it did seem so real about the ransom. You all were writing letters. I was writing letters. Some people were getting responses that law enforcement or not law enforcement, some in other areas knew of the case, but that people in like Congress and things like that were aware of it and had eyes on what was happening in and out of Tennessee, right? You all sent some of you sent that to me. And that was so interesting because we started doing all that. And people were putting out things like at the Texas Roadhouse. I was, Hindsight was, Mama Risa, and I'm not sure of whom else. I know there's others. So I wondered, we thought when that ransom demand came in, myself and Mindy thought perhaps it was because people were getting nervous. That's why it seems so, you know, the timing of it was scary. We thought maybe people were getting nervous and did want to, you know, bring him forth, get the money and run. Right? You see it happen, you hear about it. Not often. I don't know if that graveyard has been searched. I did a video on that, and I have let me write that one down too. We'll add that to the next summer live because I did do a video on that with the specific name that was being said that she could be under because the timing of his death, I now remember. He passed away on June 11th, same year. Summer went missing on June 15th. He was buried June 17th. That's why it was his name. Yes, I will address that, Stein, on the next live we do for summer. That is, I'm glad you're bringing that up. I know people put that in as a tip, so that should have been searched, right? Hi, Panda Bear's mom. Hello, hello. You're sneaking in at the end. Well, everyone, thank you so much for being here. I will see you. Let's see. Give me an hour and a half. Give me an hour and a half from now, and I will be back on and see you all in a little bit in a community where people get $225 traffic tickets and go out and help the community. Never seen a cop help. We need to hold them accountable, and I think Karen Reed, because that was so popular, everyone was watching, and her side was claiming that there was corruption and framing and that they had hurt one of their own, and the old boy buddy system was protecting each other. And one of them got fired for saying vile, filthy things about Karen the first few minutes of the investigation, things like that. And the defense won, which showed 12 jurors agreed that it is very possible, or no, they agreed it happened. 12 jurors agreed that the cops were corrupt and framed her. So as much as the world, you saw who supported her, it was all pink. They didn't see people for the prosecution there outside. That the world heard that. 12 jurors said, oh, no, you're not. Okay. So the eyes are open now that it is real. And that called out Boston. So I think that opened the eyes to what can happen in a town. And we will hopefully see some movement. Keep looking for a statement from Sheriff Craddock regarding federal intervention, because a federal ransom kidnapping is mandatory, apparently, to be investigated by the FBI, and none of that occurred. Let's keep looking for a statement on that. If you see or hear one, please email me immediately at crimetimebuzz@gmail.com. Thank you so much for being here. Let's keep it on for Summer Wells, Summer Moon Utah Wells, out of Tennessee. She's been missing 4 years. She is now 9 years old. Beautiful little angel who deserves to be located, regardless if it's rescue, recovery. But let's keep hope. We don't know till we don't know. I agree. It doesn't look good, but it never does when we have no sight of them. But there have been many who have returned after years and years. So keep it up. I will see you all in about an hour and a half. Thank you for everything and a really good live. We will keep the momentum going for Summer Wells. A new search to come below the house on Ben Hill Road. They're going to be searching the road. TBI notified Candace and Don Wells yesterday, and they posted about it on their Find Summer Wells page. Thank you all for being here. Mods, you're fabulous. Everyone, you're wonderful. I will see you in about an hour and a half. Talk soon.